Everyone to please rise for the invocation led by Pastor Dean Bearden is here this morning. Thank you for being here. And then also for our pledges, please.
Would you bow your heads with me if you feel comfortable? Father God, we thank you we can come to you in the name of Jesus. And we just thank you, Lord, for what you're doing in our city and what you're doing in our county. We pray for our Judge Connie Scott and this commissioner's court, Lord, that you would just bring unity and bring peace. Lord, we thank you that you've put them in this place of authority and that you give them wisdom and knowledge and understanding on how to lead and to do what's best for our city. Father, I thank you as well. I want to just, before we say amen, I want to say, Lord, we pray for the peace of Jerusalem. You said that when we pray for those that are within the walls of Jerusalem, we would prosper. And God, we just ask that there would be peace in the Middle East. God, I pray for all the families that have lost loved ones and the heartbreak and the pain that we're seeing all across our world right now. Lord, bring peace and unity in Jesus' name. Amen? Amen. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated. It is 9:09. This is Wednesday, October the 11th. We have 4 commissioners present. Let me just note that Commissioner Gonzalez is back there. He will be joining us in a second. He must be in a meeting about something. And we do have a quorum. And so I will call this meeting to order at 10:11. 9/11, sorry. I said 10/11. Today is 10/11? Is the date 10/11? Why am I stuck on that? Do we have any announcements of disclosures of interest at this point that someone would like to? You can also bring it up during the meeting if it comes to your attention. Otherwise, we will move forward. We have a couple of resolutions, proclamations, and number 1 being recognizing the month of October 2023 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and the Making Strides Against Breast Cancer Walk that will be on October the 14th. Do I have a motion for that in a second? We have a motion and a second, and Francis is going to read the proclamation.
October 2023 Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Whereas the Making Strides Against Breast Cancer program is the largest network of breast cancer awareness events in the nation, uniting nearly 300 communities with a shared determination to finish the fight against breast cancer. And whereas funds raised through the Making Strides Against Breast Cancer of Corpus Christi enable the American Cancer Society to save lives from breast cancer by funding groundbreaking breast cancer research, providing free, comprehensive information and support to those touched by breast cancer, and helping people reduce their breast cancer risk or find it early when it's most treatable. Whereas participants in the Making Strides Against Breast Cancer of Corpus Christi join together to celebrate breast cancer survivors, pay tribute to those lost to the disease, and raise funds to end breast cancer once and for all. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas does hereby proclaim October 2023 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month and October 14th as Making Strides Against Breast Cancer Day in Nueces County, and further urges all citizens of Nueces County to help finish the fight against breast cancer by participating in the Making Strides Against Breast Cancer of Corpus Christi's event at Bayfront Park on Saturday, October 14th.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Do we have anyone here from the breast cancer that wishes to speak? If not, I'd just like to say how very important this is, and important to us personally. Even here at the court, we have several members, several employees that have gone through this, and we pray for anyone that is having to deal with this. Our hearts go out to them and their families while they're going through this. We're very blessed with the strides we have made because of organizations like this that fund research and do things for them. So thank you. Anybody else? Item number 2 then, moving on, in recognition of the month of October 2023 as Domestic Violence Awareness and Prevention Month. Can I get a motion on that resolution?
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and multiple seconds. So, and Francis, if you would read that one, that would be great. Thank you.
October 2023 Domestic Violence Awareness and Prevention Month. Whereas domestic violence is about power and control. In the United States, 1 in 3 women and 1 in 6 men will experience domestic violence in their lifetime. And whereas survivors of domestic violence often feel isolated and alone, those who experience domestic violence may be left with lingering effects, including mental health disorders such as anxiety, depression, or post-traumatic stress disorder. An abusive partner will often begin by using emotional or psychological abuse, such as name-calling or putting the victim down, and then escalate to physical violence. And whereas abusers must be held accountable for their behavior, we all have a responsibility to start the conversation and learn more about the signs of abuse for our family, friends, and community members who may be experiencing domestic violence in isolation. Therefore, the Commissioners Court of Nueces County joins the Purple Door in encouraging the Coastal Bend to lose the ribbon this October, because prevention is action. We encourage everyone to reach out to the Purple Door or visit the National Domestic Violence Hotline and the National Network to End Domestic Violence websites for resources on digital advocacy. Follow the Purple Door on Facebook and Instagram at Purple Door TX for more ways to get involved. Now therefore, be it proclaimed that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County does hereby formally designate the month of October 2023 as Domestic Violence Awareness and Prevention Month.
Thank you for reading that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And I know we have some people from the Purple Door that we would love for them to come up and speak and even tell us more about the Lose the Ribbon. I think y'all were here last night some, and I missed that event. I'm very sorry about that. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners, and our community for having us. You heard the statistics in the proclamation. My name is Kelly Addison. I'm Deputy Director with the Purple Door. Here with me today are several of our staff members, interns with our agency, and then several of our board members. What we want to do is thank you for bringing acknowledgement to Domestic Violence Awareness and Prevention Month. It's so important for our community to support survivors, and that is the way that we are going to be able to ultimately end domestic violence in our communities. When we look at 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men who are impacted during their lifetime by intimate partner violence, we look around this room. I encourage you to go home. I encourage you, when you're walking through your local grocery store, think about the people around you and how many people this affects. Not only that, but how this affects our community. As a community, when we support survivors and we hold perpetrators accountable, that is going to move the societal norms. That is going to make the change. Thank you for the acknowledgement to proclaim domestic violence for October, and we look forward, as we mentioned in the proclamation, visit our website, reach out to our agency, and find out more about how you can get involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here as well, and this such important information to our community and how it does affect so many people. We all know someone who has been impacted by this. So we do have a proclamation for you. If y'all would come up, maybe your board members and your staff as well, and do a photo. We would love to have a photo for you to.
Good morning, ladies. Come on, fill in. She won't bite.
And if some of you want to stand up here,
That's my spot. Hi, Ema. Nice to meet you.
touch my camera. All right, ready? 1, 2. We'll go all the way over. Here we go, one more time. One more real quick, sorry.
There's always one more every time.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you for what you do. Thank y'all for being here. Thank you for your hard work. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you so much. Enjoy your luncheons that I've attended, everything that you did. Thank you very much. And before we move into public comment, I would ask if there are any items that any members wish to table. I have two.
One.
Yes, 3A11 is tabled. It is actually a duplicate. There's one above it. I think 10 and 11, there's a duplicate. And F1, I've been asked to table because there's still some questions. There are some issues that have to be corrected on there.
F1?
F1,
Judge, I'd make a motion to table those two items, F1 and 3A11.
So I got one also.
Oh,
F1, 3A11.
You can do it separately.
You want to do
I
them
got one,
separately
so-
or all together?
yeah, I got one too, so
Okay,
however you want to do it, Judge.
let's just do them all together
Okay.
instead of separate orders.
Then
Yeah.
I'll take back my
I
motion.
want to table number 2, I don't know why it's in consent agenda. It should have been on regular agenda for,
Oh, and consent. You want to table,
I,
2I.
2I, I don't know. It probably should have been regular agenda. But maybe for next meeting?
I had it to pull out for discussion, but if you want to table, that's fine, yes.
Yeah, but I think maybe give us a presentation of what's,
So actually, since some of these tables are a little different, we probably just need to do these
Just go ahead and do them
individually. Yeah.
separate. Do my two, and then we'll do,
Yeah.
yes.
So, well.
You
in
did the
fact,
motion?
Actually, let me go back, because 3A11 is an indefinite table.
Yes.
So I would make
Do
a
that
motion
one
to-
by itself.
Right,
Yes.
3A11 would be a motion to table indefinitely.
I'll second
since 10
that.
covers it.
Yes. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign.
And then when do you want to table
And
your
then I
other
want
one?
a motion to table F1 from advice of the county attorney. Still needs some stuff on that one.
Till when,
Second.
Judge?
Table F1, you already,
Till one? Until what? Sorry, until what date?
until the next meeting. Yeah, we've been trying to get it on. It's been a long time,
Okay.
so yes, no, until the next meeting.
Okay.
Teresa, you're getting all that too, or someone over there. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And then
2I on the consent agenda,
for the next meeting?
next
or
meeting.
Table 2I to the next October meeting?
And you want it on his regular agenda, Commissioner?
Right.
Yes,
Okay.
uh-huh.
Should be on the regular agenda.
To regular, second, if there wasn't a second?
There wasn't. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye. Judge, I have one.
Yes.
Part of one, actually, it's got cut and pasted and shouldn't have been on there.
Oh.
Agenda's 3A8. I would just like to table the portion that says discuss and consider funding the following additional economic development contracts from special revenue that lists 1 through 7. Just that portion of this one, not the top portion. And that was.
Can we do that? Separate the one item that it's added onto?
Yeah, this
She's
was supposed to
looking
be-
crazy.
You want to table a portion of it, but not
This-
all of it?
Right,
Yeah,
because
the
it was supposed
second
to be a
half.
separate item,
Yeah.
and
Okay.
it's not ready, and that second part was mine, and I'm not ready to do it.
We have a motion and
The
a,
next meeting.
till the next meeting
thank
to
you,
bring
sorry.
those up, yes. 8, 1 through 7, second half. I'll second that. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Any other ones?
Oh, I got it.
And we can always, when you get to it, table it. So if you don't have anything ready, then that's fine. We'll move forward. With public comment, we have Mr. Dalen Caldwell. You've signed up for public comment, and if you get to the microphone, if you would please speak in the microphone, state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes to speak, and we can't respond.
All right. My name is Dalen Caldwell, and the address is going to be 6400 I-35 South. Good morning, Judge and fellow commissioners. Once again, my name is Dalen Caldwell, and I am the Chief Operating Officer of Empathway Services, speaking on behalf of Empathway Autopsy Services. I'm here today with our Chief Forensic Pathologist, Dr. Adams, and our Chief Autopsy Tech, Bernardo Lopez. I'm speaking on the behalf, again, on Empathway Autopsy Services, a leading organization in the forensics service industry. Our primary objective is to provide efficient and effective solutions to the ongoing challenges faced by the Nueces County Medical Examiner's Office. We have been closely monitoring the situation in the county, and it has come to our attention that there have been persistent issues plaguing the operations and functionings of the Medical Examiner's Office. We understand the significance of a well-functioning medical examiner's office in ensuring accurate and timely forensic investigations, which are crucial for the pursuit of justice and public safety. Empathway Autopsy Services would like to offer our expertise and support to address the challenges faced by the Nueces County Medical Examiner's Office. We propose 2 potential avenues for collaboration. The first one is going to be consulting services. We can provide our experienced consultants to assess the current operations, identify the areas of improvement, and offer comprehensive solutions. Our team will work closely with the existing staff, analyze workflows, implementing the best practices, and suggesting strategies to enhance efficiency, accuracy, and overall performance. The second one would be a public-private partnership. Alternatively, Empathway Autopsy Services can enter into a public-private partnership with the Nueces County Medical Examiner's Office. In this model, we would assume the responsibility for the day-to-day operations, ensuring the seamless functioning and adherence to industry standards. Through our experience, resources, and technological advancements, we aim to elevate the quality of forensic services provided to the county. We firmly believe that a collaborative approach is essential to overcome the challenges currently faced by the Medical Examiner's Office. By working together, we can establish a sustainable framework that will enable the delivery of timely, accurate, and reliable forensics services to the residents of Nueces County. We would greatly appreciate the opportunity to discuss our proposal further and explore the most suitable path going forward. Our team is available at your convenience to present our capabilities, address any concerns, and develop a tailored plan that aligns with the unique requirements of the county. Thank you for your time and consideration, and we look forward to possibly collaborating with you guys here at the Nueces County Commissioners Court. Thank you again.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here who wishes to speak on public comment that didn't have the opportunity to sign up? Yes, if you'll just state your name and address, please.
John Stokes, 15301 Key Largo Court. I never turned down an opportunity for an open mic. So, as you know, I'm with the Texas Sea Life Center, and we are having our Turtle Trot Festival on October 21st. We've got 49 vendors, 6 food trucks, 3 live bands. It's going to be a lot of fun. It was a great thing last year. We hope to see you all there this year. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, thank you very much. Teresa, here's this. Item G, the board appointments, I am going to pull until after executive session. We will come back to that. Are there, on the consent agenda, are there any items any commissioner wishes to pull for more discussion before the vote? Then I will accept a motion to pass the consent agenda. Oh, I have a question real quick. Can I ask if the frost, I was told, I have a motion here, I was supposed to table, the frost wasn't ready? Is it ready now?
Let me get an update from Mary Esther. She received documents, but I think she has
Well, I'll
to.
just pull that one. Let me
Okay.
pull M, and we'll decide if we have it or we're ready.
Which one, Judge?
Consent agenda M
M.
on
So you're just gonna-
the Frost Bank US, oh, no, that's not Frost Bank,
That's not,
Hidalgo.
it's the ratify the modifications of the interlocal agreement with the U.S. Marshal's Office for the detention center and the Coastal Bend Detention Center.
so you're pulling that one?
I still have it to pull, I have it in my notes to pull because they haven't, Frost is not ready is my notes on that. That's why I thought it was our Frost agreements. It's not. It's another issue with another bank.
Okay.
Yes.
What letter is that?
That's a different one, Judge. The frost, I think, is on the regular agenda.
Yeah, but this pertains to that U.S. Marshal's Office. They're from Hidalgo. Their stuff comes through the county, and I got a counter offer to negotiate on their behalf because we do their contracts, and I was told they were not ready. So that's why my notes say Frost, but it's not our Frost contracts, it's someone else's Frost. Yes, so sorry for the confusion, but
You wanna table
I
it?
want to table that to the next meeting, yes.
And
Yes.
What letter is that, Judge?
Consent agenda M, I forgot about that one when I was doing the other consents.
And then on E,
Wait, we got to get a vote for
sorry.
that first. I have a motion to table till the next meeting. Consent agenda item M, and we have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And so, okay, on letter, is there another one that's not?
E on the Progressive Holdings,
Do you just need to pull it? Is that what you're wanting to do?
Yeah, I believe so. I don't think Lulu's here, but I think she was waiting on documentation from Progressive Holdings.
So do you want to table it or pull it for
Yeah,
discussion?
they didn't let
Pull it
us,
for
I don't have
discussion?
any notes about that at all.
Okay.
Yeah, so I have it on to go forward, so I didn't get it. Did we get any notice from Lulu on that? No.
Well, I guess, can we pull it and see if someone can find Lulu?
I can
and-
try to get
Yeah.
an update.
I mean,
Okay.
I don't know. I don't want to just,
What's in that?
Pass something if it's not ready, but they should have contacted us, yes.
Which item was that?
Consent E.
E? Oh, E, I'm sorry.
And is it the whole item, or this is on
Number
ARPA?
one.
Yes,
Number one is progressive
progressive.
on the
yeah,
list.
you have to pull it, yeah. Just pull E and discuss, and we can pass the
Plea
rest
to
of it.
for further discussion, okay.
A motion to pass the rest, Judge, and that would be all the items except E, I, and M.
We have a motion and a second to pass the consent agenda excluding for pulling for discussion item E, tabling to the next I and M. All those in favor say yes. Aye. Sorry. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And I will come back to item E once we get clarification from her. Consent E. I've got lots of notes. Y'all better keep up with this. Make sure I don't forget something on the agenda. Moving on then to the regular agenda. Agenda 3A1, discuss and consider authorizing a foreign trade zone agreement with the Aransas terminal and related matters. It is stated on there with Port Aransas. It is not Port Aransas. It is the Aransas terminal. Let me be clear. And for the foreign trade agreement, Mr. Morehouse is here. If any of you have any questions, this is been ongoing for a long time, the discussion back and forth, and it is a benefit to Nueces County. There is no cost. We would actually be receiving something minimal, whatever, but funds for that. So I would make the motion to pass if there's no other discussions, but Mr. Morehouse is here if y'all have any questions for him.
Do we have backup on that one or not?
It should be, yes. It has the agreement, yes, 3A1. Yes, it has another foreign trade agreement that shows that foreign trade zones and what they're, I think, Brent, you had this item, you walked away also.
I don't,
You talked
I
to,
think Peyton put it on, And she's been working with Mr. Morehouse, is what I
Brent, you
understand.
want to, Bert, you want to come up and talk to us a little bit about it? I know I talked to you a long time ago, but then I thought Brent got involved, and he's the one that put it on. I thought they put it on for you.
No,
They may have because it's in his
Yeah.
district, but
yeah.
I'm Bert Morehouse, and I have a company called Aransas Terminal that operates a private marine terminal on Harbor Island. We're seeking a letter of non-objection from the county as required by the government for all foreign trade zones. So we've completed receiving our letter of non-objection from all the rest of the taxing authorities or entities that have jurisdiction there on Harbor Island, except for the county and the hospital district. And that was something that Brett and I talked about some time ago, and it felt like that was the right thing to do. It is desired locally, and well, that's mainly it. We mostly, most of our cargo is wind turbine components, and our customers have begun to change in the last few years where often these are actually re-exported. So they would come in across our dock and need to be stored there in a foreign trade zone until they can be taken to, believe it or not, Canada. So we're a pathway to Canada. That's most of the there's a lot of guts and feathers to this with the federal government, but we do have approval from the Foreign Trade Zone Board, and so this is, we just need a letter of non-objection from the county.
So also explain how, you're not in Nueces County over there on
Nope.
Yes,
the
they are.
harbor? It is,
We
part
are.
of it,
Yes,
that part
most
is?
of it is.
Yeah,
Most
okay,
of it is.
yeah,
Uh-huh.
okay.
And when we talked about it before, Bert, we had waited to get the non-objection from the school district and
The schools.
somebody else.
The city, the school district, and the water district have all given us the letter of non-objection.
Right, and then the question is, on this payment in lieu of taxes agreement, foreign trade zone side, has the county attorney reviewed?
We did look at a document, but there was no document attached to this item, so I'm not sure.
The payment in lieu of that's on the agenda? You didn't see that one?
I don't have any attachment either. I'm wondering.
Y'all don't have an attachment on
We
there?
did look at an attachment prior that
Did we
was,
not do an
that was okay.
attachment? Oh, it should
Oh,
have
it's
been
on
in
the
your
confidential.
confidential packets.
Oh, do we need
Yes.
to then go talk about this in executive since it's confidential? I'm just,
No, the one that's on the confidential packet is the one that came from our office, so yeah, that's fine.
That was
But if you
just
have
because of
questions-
attorney-client, if you
Yes.
had any questions, attorney, but it was not a confidential piece. That's the reason we are discussing unless you have some questions.
so,
But
yeah, I mean,
the difference in now is we receive nothing with this agreement. That's not going to be anything big, but it would be some sort of,
I hope you do.
yeah.
If we proposed this pilot agreement in order to, because we're asking for something from the entities, so felt that it was appropriate to offer something. And so we're taking 10% of the revenue that we receive for any goods going into the foreign trade zone and distributing them in proportion to the amount that's taxed by each of the entities.
and so that was what I was kind of wondering, because that's what I think Peyton and Emily were looking at, was how this works with other ports, and I don't know what ended up coming of that as far as, is this a
Standard
comparable,
practice,
standard?
comparable.
Okay, that's
yes.
that's the only thing I know that
Yes.
y'all were working on that. And so the 1.86% of the wharfage is our percentage of the 10, so the city of Port A and
School districts.
school district get the bigger chunk because
Yes.
they're
They're the
affected more.
larger.
Right,
Right,
right.
Larger taxing.
okay. So if this meets the legal standards and based on what's been represented, this is a comparable business deal that is done in other FTZs that's been represented to the court, and I guess because you want to tell them what you did on it, because I mean, you did it, Peyton, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I just want to make sure people know that we didn't just do this without some research, and we looked at it, and go ahead.
Right, so your office actually called over to the other ports, smaller ports, which kind of match the size of his port and what they bring in, and they don't actually offer anything in return. So this is an incredible deal or incredible offer that they're recommending and asking for and giving to you guys, because everybody else doesn't receive anything.
Awesome. That's kind of what needed to
Yes.
be put on the record. I
Yes.
thought that was
Yeah.
important, so.
And I know I talked to you 6 months ago at least on this, but I was surprised when it was back on that, but that's why I thought Brent was the one pushing this on.
We
so-
talked about putting it on, and
Yeah.
just somebody put it on, and then, like I said, they had done some research, and I know you and Emily were doing it together, and to find out that it was a fair economic deal, and as long as the county attorney has signed off on it, then
We're all good.
I think that we're good to go, and I would
I'll make the motion to pass.
I'll second
Yeah.
it.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The
Appreciate
motion
your
passes. Thank
patience.
you very,
Okay.
sorry about
Thank
the
you.
confusion
No,
in the
that's fine.
beginning,
No,
but
appreciate
thank
your
you.
patience on this, too, and
Thank you, sir.
thank you.
Item number 2 is discuss and consider the approval of interlocal cooperative agreements between Nueces County, Nueces Center for Mental Health, and there's NCMHID and Nueces County Hospital District relating to certain mental health-related programs to be provided by or through the Nueces County Mental Health District and paid for by the hospital district. These are programs that the hospital district has funded through the county for many, many years. These are just interlocals that we're now going to try to move forward with to designate these different programs that you are in favor of, that you fund on our behalf, that we're very thankful and grateful for very much. Yes.
Excuse me, good morning, Judge and Commissioners. With regard to this item, as the judge said, this is an agreement we brought to y'all probably the past 3 or 4 years for approval. The agreement for Agenda Item 2 would continue this agreement for fiscal year 2024, and we ask the court's approval.
Make the motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 And then item number 3 is very similar, but it lists several of the other programs that y'all fund through us and have been gracious about. The City of Corpus Christi, Nueces County Public Health District. Are we going to do these individually, I guess, or do you want to do them individually or do them all at once?
Do them all at once.
The emergency services, the EMS services, the emergency service districts, the medical and hospital care provided and arranged by Nueces County Juvenile Detention Center, programs provided various local agencies between Nueces County and prevention of diabetes, programs to assist Nueces County in the reduction and prevention of drug abuse and alcoholism within the county. So I would accept a motion
Move
to,
that we continue to support all of them unless there's
Yes.
an issue with one of them, John. Let us know,
I'm just going to inject one note, and it may cover your point, Commissioner, is item 3A is an agreement with the county only. It provides
Yes.
funding through the county to support the city-county health department at about $1.7 million. You all had asked us to consider pre-approval of this or approval in advance of this item back in July, and the board did approve that to state in writing that we were going to fund the public health department, and it's in there. And then we have some additional funding in there, Commissioner, to cover the additional county public health care expenditures, so that the value of item 3A is $2.3 million. And then with regard to item 3B, B, C, D, and E are ones that we've always sort of had a gentleman's agreement or ladies' agreement with the court to provide funding for those. So with regard to item 3B for emergency medical services, this item has one particular paragraph in it I want to call to your attention, and that is that under the agreement that the county will work with the EMS districts to facilitate us performing an audit on the billings and stuff that we receive from them for services. The EMS services are about $650,000 a year, but we believe that there are some claims in there that we want to make sure that are being claimed either from auto accident or health insurance or whatever, where these EMS calls have been made into the unincorporated areas of the county. And the rest of the agreements, Judge and Commissioners, this continues with our plan from last year to reduce to writing all the agreements that we have with the county so that they're documented and to facilitate a necessary accounting on the county side for those funds when they come through.
Did we already do the jail program in there? Did we already do a contract on that, or
the jail
one?
health agreement's a separate agreement, and it's
Okay.
not included in this
It's not
list because
included
it's
in
already
any-
been negotiated.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We have a motion to pass these. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes. Thank you, Johnny,
Thank you
for
all.
being here, and your board members. Thanks, John Balls, for being here too. It's good to see you, Ida. Glad to have you here. Item number 4, discuss and consider approval of license agreements between Nueces County and MAR Insurance relating to providing enrollment by the MAR Insurance for health services. And that is yours, Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes,
Yes.
Dr. Xavier will
Xavier's here. He's going to talk
do
about
the
it.
presentation, yeah.
Yes.
Before we
Yeah.
get to the presentation, so how did this, and Michael, I'm glad Michael's here. Did we have to go through a procurement process for this, or how was this group selected? Was this vetted through legal or through procurement?
We were on our, oh, well,
Where's Michael?
He's back there in the back.
Michael.
He's asking you, Michael.
I'm asking
Yeah,
you,
he's
Michael.
asking Michael, not.
I'm on?
No, it did not go through.
Okay. So,
And aren't we required? Oh, okay,
And this
okay.
This is really a no cost, a volunteer. There's really, there's no need to go up procurement or whatever. We're not paying nobody anything. Their services are free to our citizens. They're not charging for what they provide. Since we need to fill in some days at the clinic, these agencies were willing to help provide certain days to continue having more services. So while we continue to look for more volunteers and more agencies to help, this agency stood up and say, here's what we can do for the clinic at no cost to you or the clients.
So you're not
it sounds like a
familiar with
great
this?
concept. I mean, I'm not.
Well, this is a
disputing
Robstown
that
thing.
at
Is
all.
this not, are you not familiar with this even?
No, and
This is your,
but
Well, but I mean,
what?
Come on, man.
do you,
Sort of question.
can we even do this without
What
even
was
if
that,
it's
Commissioner?
free, Michael?
What was that, Commissioner? What were you saying?
No, sir, I said, you've never been around to talk about this, you know? So we come
Never
around.
been around.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. You know, we don't live in the same precinct. I mean, we're not running against each other in the next election. I don't know where you're coming up with this. It's very unprofessional.
It has nothing to
I'd
do with-
expect more from
This
you
has
on
nothing to
this.
do with politics or elections.
We
or
can all
anything.
make statements
It
about
has
each
to
other,
do
but
with
for you to take a
services.
shot against a
That we're
colleague,
trying to go out
I
there
would
and
think the
look for
majority of the
services.
court would.
Evidently, we all could be doing the same thing, go out there, look for services, ask for volunteers, but evidently nobody's doing it.
So
So somebody's gotta
why
do
don't
it.
I make this easier? Why don't I just be quiet, let you do what you want, and then you won't attack me?
Oh, never said that.
What you just said was an attack on me.
No, I didn't say
That I'm
that.
not around?
I didn't say that.
What did you just say?
Okay, we can do this all day back and
Do the
forth.
presentation.
I understand about,
Well,
but I'd
I
like
make a motion
to,
that we table this
table-
item and the next item. That's my motion.
and what's,
we have a motion to table, or until when?
The next
Until you
meeting, we
bring
have
it
an
back?
insurance meeting coming up next
Hold on,
week. We
Xavier.
can vet this during that as well. This is an insurance-related item. This should come before the insurance committee. It has not. So I think that's perfect timing. I do not dispute the value of this, but the fact that is, I think there's steps to take that we have not as a court. We just need to go through the proper steps. That's all I'm asking for this court to do.
I don't understand why I have to go to the insurance department.
I will second your motion to table to the next because it is your district, and I think anything when members go into others, I thought you were aware of it or something. I think we need to have maybe a committee to look into this. It sounds like an excellent program. We want to get more services out there in the Robstown area, but I think maybe, we need to go about a different process and moving it forward, maybe more inclusive or something. So I'll second the motion to table the two till the next meeting, till we can get together on this and maybe work forward to keep moving forward as a county. We all want the best in each of our districts and everything, but when something sits in an individual's district, we should be communicating with them. I agree. So we have a motion and a second to table until the next meeting, the first meeting October. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Nick,
So
Judge,
motion
I just want to say
passes.
everything we do for the constituents,
I agree.
and we should do the best, what is better for them. And we shouldn't try and delay it, we just need to get it done.
It's 1 week,
So
and
we
if I
wanna
went
wait-
into precinct one to do
so we
something.
wanna
you'd
hold
It's
be
already
upset.
been tabled, so there's no more discussion.
And I'd be
Moving
upset.
on to
never
item
go into your
number
precinct.
6.
I would never go into your precinct.
Moving to item number 6 is receive an update on our capital projects, available balances, allocate funds for pending capital projects. And Teresa, you have this?
Yes, Judge. We're looking at just the recap page, would be the summary of all the funds.
Is that?
It's the very first
very
document,
first.
capital project balances. But all the
Oh.
backup individually is attached.
And it has them singled out into each commissioner and everything else?
Yes, that is correct.
Uh-huh.
And so when you look at, I guess the bottom line would be the grand total for all available or unassigned funds would be $12,372,690. The individual amounts would be 1901. There's 2.2 with 58,000. That's unassigned. 1915, 2004 COs. There's 12,635. The 2007 COs, we have 2,837. 2015, there's 794, 399, 80 cents. 2016 would be 599, 859, 72. The 2019 tax notes, there's 245, 327. That's unassigned. Then we have the 2021 COs, $8.5 million for the total of 12.3. And if we just go to the highlighted, the 2021 COs.
The top level that says unassigned, explain that real quick.
Yeah, that's
Is
what I was
that,
trying to
yeah,
get to.
it's
So
like, because
that's-
it says unassigned on the end is different. Why is the top level
Right,
that?
because this unassigned number is meaning it's not allocated. We haven't, it's available. 6.991 is what's unassigned.
And where, can you show me the backup where that is?
Yes.
On which page on the backup?
Go to
He
the,
didn't- He only asked for certain things. He might not have gotten that piece in there, so I gave him mine, so he can
No,
look at
I
it.
was just, where
Yeah.
are you getting the,
you can go to the 2021 COs, it's the 1925 group.
I'm sorry, which page, Teresa? Let me see it again. Which one? 20, which one? 20?
1925.
What is,
Series.
the tax note? Is that what you're saying?
No, sir, it's
Just sure. I've got it. Hold on. The last one? This one? Okay. So you're saying, okay. Let me look at that. All right. So this 6,
Teresa.
We're on the 1925, sir, you go to the 6.
Teresa, are you adding in, it looks like, when you say it's unassigned, it looks like some of this is God, I can't find the totals. Like, are you taking from Hilltop and the animal care facility, or is
No.
that what you're considering, or where
So-
on that page are you?
Okay, so at the very top, the very first line says 2021 sales unallocated. There's the $20 million.
Wait, hold on. And
And so from that number, what we have not moved into the budget would be Bob Hall Pier and Howard's Caldwell Pier. We haven't moved those funds into the project. So when I back them out, that leaves 6.9 available that's still unassigned for the 2021 COs.
I like that word, by the way. So the unassigned, after you back out
I gave them mine.
Horace Caldwell and Bob Hall Pier.
Right, when I move that money into the projects, that's really available to reallocate to place wherever you like, the 6.9.
And so if we go back to that original CO of 50 million,
Right.
could we get, because that's where it seems like the most is, because some of the rest of it is, it hadn't been assigned, but like the one in mind, the only large one in mind is Road District 4 that the plan is to use for the parking lot that we don't have any money for in that Pier 2. So that's been assigned, but you count it as unassigned. I get it, right?
Well, actually, it's not in the unassigned. It's just down in your totals, because this summary has it down here. So the unassigned is only the top line. Below is your funds. I don't know what you're going to do with them, but it's showing this is your balance.
But
These
right in
are
the
your balances.
But in the 12 million, you're counting some of those things through all of our precincts, right, as unassigned? Because we haven't voted on them yet, or because I get where you're getting to 6, and then but you're getting to 12, and it looked to me when I was looking like it that counted some of the unassigned in the precincts and the judge as well.
Well, it shows that that's available. That's what you have available left in your precinct. It's not really unassigned because you may have things that you're going to do, but it's a part of the total.
It's part of the 12.
Yes, sir.
So the real number that we can look at today without getting into the precinct projects is the 6.9 or
7.3. 7.3, because it's everything up at the top, all different series from 1901 to 1925.
So could you provide us, because I think that would clear up a lot of it too, and is that original list we did on the 50, because we assigned that whole 50. So I'm trying to figure out what hasn't gotten spent out of that first 50, because that's where you're saying there's some left, right? So I don't know where that original list is, where we went through and we voted as a court.
You have it. You
Okay.
have that original. Yes.
Could
I
that
do.
be? And so I'm trying to figure out how there's 6 million left out of that 50, because I thought we assigned it all too, but maybe not.
Well, because the first column is 50 million. That's the total of all the project budgets, right?
Okay.
And then from the amounts that you had individually, right, you created new projects. I have a second sheet that I can probably show the detail.
Yeah, if you could, because this is getting clear, but it's still, because I don't understand how there's any left over from 21, because I thought we voted to assign every penny of that 50. So
But
I'm
the
trying
projects haven't started.
to.
or
Right,
you
but that
haven't.
doesn't mean it's not assigned.
Well, but
We have taken
from
from some
you
of
removed
that.
some of the
You've
projects, like the
removed-
Emmy,
Okay.
the 4 mil, we reallocated that. So it was assigned,
To
but
where?
now it's gone. It went to the Bob Hall Pier, it went to Hilltop,
Hilltop, yeah.
some went to the animal care facility.
Right, so it's been assigned.
It's been reallocated. It
Right.
was assigned, I mean, it was a part of the project
Right.
budget, but now it's reallocated to
There's-
different projects here.
Reallocation, what it is,
Sean?
the reallocation.
So, but that money wouldn't be in the 6. That would
No,
be-
it's not in the
Right, so I'm
6.
trying to figure out what's
What
left.
else is there?
Why
Okay.
there's that 6 or 7.
Okay.
Because, like you said, in that instance, it got reallocated, right? Because we ended up doing the ME with ARPA. So we took the money from the CO, because we could do it with ARPA. We moved it to other projects.
Right.
I think
So-
the roof was even on that list, wasn't it on
What
that?
is?
The roof may be on that list originally,
It-
maybe?
Just a small portion.
Small portion
I
of
think
it?
we didn't
Right.
allocate it, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you could maybe provide that second sheet, because that's what's confusing me
I
is
will.
I remember taking and reallocating, but you're saying there's 6 or 7 million unassigned, and that's what I'm not
Okay,
able to garner from this.
okay. I know 2 million is the county roads.
Yeah, I remember there was a
So
general
you can
category.
take 2
I just
million
haven't
out of
looked at
that, so
that.
it's still maybe 4 mil more to account for.
Right, so, okay.
I'll get that.
There were some general
2 million
categories.
went
Excuse me, Teresa?
to the pier also, right?
I'm
2
sorry?
million- 2 million went to the pier from those 4 million.
Yes, sir. It was reallocated to the Pier Hilltop Animal Care.
But that's
Yes,
not
sir.
within the 6.
Teresa, what you're saying, we do have 6 million that we can use?
Yes, sir.
And to me, that's a good thing, because I still need to find money for some of my drainage projects.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, you know,
And I'll provide
I'm glad
that
to see
second
that's
detail.
still there.
If we could have that sheet, that'd be great.
Okay.
Yeah. And that was just information, so we are getting closer. Do y'all want her to bring back more next time with that other sheet?
That'd be
you're talking
nice.
about?
I just, I don't know how we have 6 million unassigned, but I don't doubt you. I'm just trying to figure out where.
Where it is.
But you're right, that's a general category. The county roads, that makes sense. If we didn't pull it out of that, that could be something. So, yeah, there may be another couple of general categories I'm just not remembering because we haven't looked at that list in probably 2 years.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa, for all your work on that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Item number 7, authorize escrow disbursement request number 16 in the amount of $745,009.43 from Bank of America Public Capital Corp. payable to ABM Services. This has been vetted and signed off by Public Works and all of us, and we've had additional meetings. You will see, I guess it's in the backup, Juan did sign off on this one, so I will make a motion to pass and pay this invoice, this item number 16.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
This is
Any
the one
other
you talk about,
discussion?
Number 7?
Huh?
You talk about number 7?
Yeah, number 7, item number 3A7. And that's for ABM
Both of them,
payment.
And they've been vetted by Public Works? to
Yes,
pay?
it has, and he agreed to payment, and it is signed on the invoice thing. Juan has his signature on there too, so.
That's correct.
I don't know how we say we're having so much trouble with them and then we pay them so much money, so I don't understand.
We have been doing different meetings, and I think we're working towards the end goal. We have been meeting with ABM Public Works, the Sheriff's Department, the county attorney, myself, all of us have done walkthroughs, and Ron Wheaton, their engineer of record, and we have another one scheduled for next week, Tuesday, and then we're going to do an additional one the next month. We're trying to get this job to completion. We're really at the final stage of punch list almost when they finish this, but Public Works has been on these meetings, and we called them in specifically to Teresa's office, and Juan did sign off on this. Yes.
All these jobs come with warranty, Judge? Is that correct?
Yes, they have a performance bond at the end that does not go away. We were in meetings with people. So we're working on trying to get to a percentage of completion with them, signed off on them. We also possibly have another extension that we're going to ask for, because we think while we're all working towards the October 31st deadline, we think with paperwork and documentation and walkthroughs and everybody signing off agreeing to it, it might take us a little bit longer, but we are still shooting for the October 31st deadline to finish this job to completion. They have a couple of items that they are wanting to, what do they call it? De-scope in the job, that where Public Works and ABM is getting prices for those jobs to make sure that we agree to the amounts that we de-scope from this job too. So we are actually all moving together with lots and lots and lots of meetings and walkthroughs. We took the paddy wagons over to the 2 jails. 20 of us or so went through the jail. We all physically walked in and looked at the annex, everything. So this is moving forward together. I have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion on this payment? All those in favor, say aye.
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 Nay.
One opposed, the rest ayes. Item number 8, and only the top part because the bottom part has been tabled. Discuss and consider allocating economic development contracts.
Sorry, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. On item 7, there's a second part.
Bundled payment for savings approved by the county jail. There's only one check. Authorized payment for ABM services for the services provided under change order number 5. Sorry, there's two separate. Yes, those, I need another. I'll make a motion to pay the $74,250 as well. This has all been vetted and gone through. I thought they were combined in the two. I didn't realize it was 2 votes.
A second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Wait, which one, Judge? I'm sorry.
On 7, there's 2 checks.
Oh,
One
I'm
is for $745. I thought it's one invoice. They have all been vetted and cleared, so.
Right, the
It is the same
745 is from
process.
escrow.
Yes,
The 74,000 is county funds for the change order.
for the change order, yes.
A lot of money for the change order.
So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And one
Nay.
nay. Yes, those opposed, nay. Now moving on to, thank you for catching that too. Item 8, discuss and consider allocating economic development contracts. And we have 3 that were in our budget discussed, approved, and they were funded in our budget at these amounts. The $50,000 for the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development, $10,000 for the Robstown Area Development, and $10,000 for the Downtown Management District. So I think
Judge, this was an item into our budget cycle when we did our budget items. These items were from prior year balances, however, the total amounts was removed and put as a contingency because several of the commissioners may wanted to add additional companies to this list, but these are what have been budgeted in the past, and the funds are available as a contingency.
we also have, and Teresa has pointed out, that we have capital credits, Department 1379, and the available funds there are $381,000. Is that,
Yes.
that's where the funds would be coming from? So we have plenty of funds in
Yes.
there for us to decide on this portion and then possibly later coming back and doing the second half, just to let you all know. So FYI, the funds are there if y'all want to discuss any more on that. I will make the motion to pass these 3 at least like they are. If I could get a second, then we can have some more discussion.
Second, and I'd like to some discussion on that,
Yes, sir.
Judge.
Yes.
So item 4 is part of it. I know it's separate.
There's 4, Judge.
But I did want, from my additional funds that I plan to allocate to the RADC under item 4, I'd also have committed verbally during our last presentation to the DMD, and I see that they are represented here today. I wanted to make sure to also add on additional $10,000 to the DMD
Okay.
from my special revenue funds, Department 1388.
She's
So are
taking
you going to
note.
make this all as one, Judge? Is that what you want to do, all 4 of these, with that one as, or John?
That's my
We can
plan, so I
add
could just
that,
add that to
yes.
4 if we're doing
I'm-
it separate. I'm good
I'm
either way.
agreeable
so.
to change mine to amend my motion to do all 4 of these with John's additional funding coming from his special revenue funds. So, and then you're still seconding, so.
Excuse me, Judge?
Yes.
I have a question. My understanding was it was 30,000 for Robstown?
I think in the budget meeting, these numbers came from the original numbers that we had been paying. I think we had talked about if anybody wanted to use special revenue funds like Commissioner Modis just did, that you were more than welcome to use special revenue funds to increase on any one of these. Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Or make a motion to change whatever. It's up for discussion, so if
Motion to
there's no,
amend,
yes.
like I said, if we wanted to do it separate, I mean, I'm at the will of the court on that. I mean, since
Yeah.
that's what I plan to do, it's my funding, so however we need to make the motions and separate them, we'll do that. We just make it one motion with the amendment of the additional 10,000 to the DMD. I'm good with that as well.
That's been made and seconded.
Yeah. So, any other discussion? We have a motion and a second to move forward with these first 4 with the amended amounts from Commissioner Modis's special revenue funds. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you all, those of you that are here too. We appreciate you being here today and look forward to working with you. Item number 9 is discuss and consider reducing the allocation for the animal care facility project. And Commissioner Gonzalez, this is your item, the court-funded.
Yeah, I think, was this going to be behind, an executive session item?
Is this an executive?
If you want it. It's your choice.
What do we,
If there's a reason it's funding, is there an attorney reason for what?
I see it listed on agenda, on E. If you could email me during the meeting what your legal question is, I can be prepared.
See it where?
It's on the,
It's
it's
on
on
E?
the executive session, yes, sorry.
Oh, sure is.
And
already on
what
the-
number
We'll put it
would
on
go
both.
with,
Oh,
I
okay.
guess that's 551.071.
Do you want to go into executive?
I think we should.
Okay.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
We'll take it, sorry. Moving on to item number 10 then, discuss and consider the possible amendment of the Commissioners Court orders governing the Nueces County Animal Services Advisory Board to consider appointments of current board positions that are open in all related matters.
Judge, there was an advisory on that. I'd probably like to take that one into exec too, just to go over the advisory that the county attorney did provide. And I don't know, I hope everybody got a copy of that advisory. If not, if you could please say so now so we can get you a copy. It was supposed to be circulated in the confidential agenda. So if you'll please check, but I would like that one to go through that as well. Please.
Yes, and we can move that into executive as well. There's also a portion of that on they sent their bylaws, and is this the one where we updated?
Yeah, I'd like,
That would be in there too, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, this has a lot of moving parts to this, so we will take this into executive.
That's item 10, Judge.
Yes, sir. That is A10. Item number 12, discuss and consider application procedure for Nueces County Tax Appraisal District Board of Directors and effect of proposed new legislation on this process and related matters. 3A12, we received a letter from the Nueces County Appraisal Board on the appointment process. The current term for your entities, it should be in your backup, says to complete the eligibility. It's really just for us to go out to see. There is a questionnaire, it looks like, behind there.
This is, how did this, pardon me?
Oh, okay.
This came from the Ronnie Canales.
No, and I mean, it's a whole new, like, they've got a whole new process for appraisal districts, and I was kind of hoping this was going to be kind of a discussion on that, right, or no?
This is, I'm open for discussion
Well,
because I
does
just
it-
received it too, but I kind of thought they might have somebody here to talk about it. Why?
Yeah, so what are we supposed to?
It says you have to complete the attachment on the eligibility, but I assume they would have someone here to.
Right, because it's a situation where they're fixing to switch the process of how the appraisal district is
Yeah.
done. So do we still get to appoint someone, or is that going to all be elected? Or I know they're going to now elect members to the appraisal district, and I'm trying to get a little clarity on the
And that's
law
already
change.
passed in legislation that they can, yeah.
Yeah, I think that it passed, and so I was kind of looking at this, wondering exactly what we were doing with it today. So I was hoping maybe we'd get an update. Is this something that has a timeliness on it today, Judge, or could we table this one?
I would table it to the next because I am not aware. I thought they would be here to present this as well or
Right.
explain, but
So could we-
no one has shown up, so.
In their letter, they're requesting it to receive it by November 15th. That's the
We
only
have
thing
plenty
that I
of
see
time.
is.
Right.
We can table it to the next.
So can we table it and ask them to come and explain what they're wanting, and also to explain the new law change, Teresa, that talks about you know, I don't even know if we're going to keep appointing people. I'm
Or
not
if that goes
familiar with
away
that law.
because if it's elected or what. I had a lot of questions myself.
So I would make a motion to table with direction.
Second.
We have a
to
motion and a
staff
second.
To bring Ronnie or somebody from the Appraisal District to explain all this, please.
Yes.
Okay.
To the next meeting,
Yes, ma'am.
so we can meet this deadline
Yes,
too.
ma'am.
So, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Item number 13, discuss and consider updating the Commissioners Court policies and related matters. I think this, the attachment in the back, there's several things with this item. First one is ratifying our policies since we eliminated the Commissioners Court administrative offices during our budget, to take that wording out of there. I think, and if you got the highlighted portion, it says all the names where the court administration is in there, to change the wording. The title of court manager, court administration. Most of those have just been changed to either the court agenda coordinator, if it has something to do with.
Wait.
Did you get the highlighted copy? In the back, let's
Sorry.
just go through C.
Catching up.
The second page has item in C, and we have scratched out or court manager. It has to be reviewed by the county judge or court manager. We don't have a court manager anymore, so items by other elected officials or department heads, you already gave me that authority a long time ago.
Okay.
Second line says the Commissioners Court manager shall approve the final agenda as to form. Since we do not have a Commissioners Court manager, we just took that out and put the county judge. So since I'm the one that files the agenda, so approve it as to form was the reason for that wording being taken out.
Okay.
The second page has the item number 5, members of the, those were highlighted in my copy already. Those were not our edits. That's the latest one that we could get from your office, Jenny, right? We have voted on these and we have made changes on these, but they never get signed and we don't get the latest document. And I think that's why we had the highlighted portions in here that we would want to address whether we want to continue or not.
Okay. So then, do we need that language, is what you're saying? Do we need, hold on.
It is a constitutional court, so I don't know why these are highlighted, these two paragraphs.
You don't, I mean, it is what it is. You don't need to have that reminder to the public in the
So that's why you have that
policies
highlighted,
if
that
you don't
we
want
could
to.
take that out. It's
Yes.
not really necessary. Okay. This, page 3 of 12 are both just can be out. It is what it is. You don't need to remind people of that.
So that's coming out.
So on number
Now we're
5,
moving it.
come out? Is that what you're saying, Judge?
Yes.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, you have it moved, that's all. It's not removing it, it's just moving it to
Oh,
5.
from B
From-
to 5,
Yes.
and that, yes, so that's just moving that, but that was from y'all's office or something, that wasn't from mine. The court shall vote at 5 p.m. to extend. You've already done this to the following business day. We have that scratched out. Is that something that we can legally do? I thought it had to be the next business day, or you had to repost.
I'm not sure why that's struck out. It would need to be to the next day, or to the next
day,
business
to the
day.
following business day. So put that back in. Yes, there's a line through it for some reason.
And is this the one that where we added the ones? Does that have all of those ads in here too?
Yeah, it has stuff in, well,
I'm
The ones that we-
somewhat
confirm.
in the back.
This doesn't look like the same one.
If you look on the last page, 11 of 12, Commissioner, on miscellaneous,
That's where the stuff is added. Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yes,
Thank you.
uh-huh.
Okay.
And that's where I've, like, if I can, and I'm going to bring up
Yeah,
that other one
yeah.
that we've been talking about on the board appointments, that would be good.
And
That would
pretty
go
much,
here, probably.
the only thing my office did with this is any reference to court manager was taken out and put county judge in there, or this request have to be submitted electronically to Agenda Quick. That has a time PM. Everybody knows the policy. It is 8 days out at 5 PM before a meeting. We would like for everybody to be reminded of that so that we start following the policy and continue with that.
Okay.
There's anything, your office, well, I guess mine is just changing the wording. Is there anything else from your office, Jenny, that needs to be highlighted? Backup materials should be ready and submitted at the designated deadlines. Commissioners Court, you're the only ones that have leeway with that. The other agenda items from other departments, other elected officials, you have a deadline when you submit your agenda item. We need to know you have your backup. Commissioners Court, because you have the exclusive and same authority as I do to add something to the agenda, yours is past the deadline, the 5 o'clock on Tuesday, because you can put anything on here. But there was a lot of reference to the Commissioners Court manager and stuff, so there was a lot of highlights in here. The main
Also,
part,
could I point out, Judge, just that there is a part of the policy that you're adopting and ratifying today that we would really love for everybody to notice there on page 5 of 2. All contracts, agreements need to be forwarded to the county attorney's office for review as to legal sufficiency prior to submitting an agenda item. And there's a whole policy that we worked very closely with Michael Robinson in purchasing. So we have a wonderful flow that we've developed, but we need people to bring those agreements to us well in advance of expecting to put it on the agenda.
Where is that on here, Jim?
Page 5
Page 5
of 12, schedule for submission of agenda item requests.
Got it.
and all contracts, no leeway about that. All contracts must go through the county attorneys. It's the one thing we all ask, the one thing I exclusively ask since I signed them is, have you looked at those before I sign my name? So that is not a maybe, or even if it's an amendment or an extension of one, it still has to go to her office to see if anything, any wording could have changed or tweaked or anything in there. We like for them to have plenty of time to look at it. We're hoping this will help all of us and help the county function. It will help all of us get our jobs done better. It will help these meetings go quicker if we have this stuff pre-done. But that is on the individual who is presenting. That is your responsibility, not the Commissioner's Court, not the county judge's office. I am instructing the Office of County Judge's office, except for these members up here. We do not mess with your items. We do not change. We don't send them to the attorney for looking at. That is on you as the department head or elected official to take that and do that. So, except for this group back here, we work, all of us, but we're all authorized to be on, to place on the agenda. So, and on page 11, I think is where you wanted to talk more, Commissioner Chesney.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Judge. Back to the backup for the board agenda item that I had submitted last meeting, and everybody wanted a little more time. I did tweak it to where, to me, it's, as I don't, if anybody's got further tweaks, let me know, but I think it's super open and transparent. Basically, again, it was provided as backup. And would be a policy to include the hospital district board of managers, the Port of Corpus Christi, RTA. I would include SPAWN on this one for now until we, I don't know, decide what's going to happen on that. But those are all very high-profile boards, very important boards. Every board's important. I don't think we can do it with every board, so I just had started with those and then changed it to where any commissioner judge may request a public interview of any applicant in an open court session. So basically that would mean if we have 10 applicants and you want to interview them all, Commissioner Hernandez wants 3, Commissioner Mars wants 2, the judge wants 6, Commissioner Gonzalez, then if they all get interviewed, they all get interviewed. Once the interview is done in open session and are complete, then each commissioner judge can nominate one different candidate to put on the whiteboard, someone that's not already nominated. In other words, if, I would be no point for me to nominate the same person that Commissioner Matas did, so that we would have 5 different candidates. Each commissioner judge gets 2 votes. That assumes each will vote for their own nominee. The top 1 or 2, depending on open spots, would get it. If there's a tie between the two and there's only one spot, then those two go into the next round, and each member of the court gets one vote, and a candidate must have at least 3 votes to get appointed. So it's about as simple as I could come up with. If anybody's got any other suggestions, please let me know. I would like make a motion for this, I guess for discussion's sake, to see if we can at least continue to have discussion on it. So I'd make a motion that we.
I'll second the motion. I kind of would like a little more, or maybe even kind of show me how it would work. It's kind of confusing to me. I mean, can we just do something silly like vote for your best Disney character or something, and just kind of, because it's if we all vote for a name, my problem with it is
I'm
then
not
we have
stuck on
3
this
votes
process.
already, and halfway down the row, you've already chosen someone. So there's.
What do you mean have 3 votes?
Well, if we each put a name in, if
No, it's
these
gotta be
3, it has to be a different name. It cannot
Yes,
be the
a
same name.
different
Okay.
name. In other words,
okay.
everybody has to put a name.
That was my confusion.
Different,
I was
right.
like, well, then 2 of us, whichever way you go, you might as well quit if we have 3 votes
No, right, that's why it
already.
says not someone already nominated.
Okay,
So
okay.
I clearly put that in there because that was there's no
I guess
point.
that was a question from the last one. I only saw the last
Right,
one.
and
I
that's
didn't
why I
look
tried to
closely at
clear this
one.
up from the input that I got from the last session, which was that way nobody would nominate, you can't nominate the same person on the first round, and then you vote, you'd have 2 votes. Whoever have the top, let's say it's 1 spot available, if there's 2 people tied for 1 spot, or 3, could be 3, right? Then they go to the next round, and then everybody gets 1 vote, and then that's the way the numbers work. So again, if you got a different suggestion, please make it. I'm just trying to come up with something to where we can do these interviews, because I won't say everybody, but most everybody has expressed, that I've heard talk publicly about it, has expressed an inclination to want to interview. I think it's great for the public to hear why we're doing it. We can find out what qualifications these people have that we're putting on these extremely important boards, and especially with the port coming up. I mean, it'd be great to hear from as many people as anybody on this commission wants to hear from, and then based on those interviews, everybody can vote. So again, no pride in
Any
authorship.
other
I've taken the suggestions
questions
made at the last meeting, and
Yeah.
I've changed it up. Got some more? Bring them on. I'm interested in hearing them.
Any other questions or discussion on this, adding this amendment to our court policy?
So these interviews will be done the day of the selection, or the meeting before the selections?
However you want.
Or, because if we do it before the selections, the meeting before, you're almost going to have an idea of what you have. How many
If you do it, what say that
how many
again?
people you have left. If you only have 3 people left, it's got 2 votes each,
Well, we've always done it, anytime we've done picks
I
for
don't-
interviews,
I
we've
don't
done
mind
it the same
interviews.
day.
I like interviews. I like people to come up and tell us why they want to be part of the board and why they want to be, whatever board they apply for. Because I like to hear what they have and what they want to do. But I just wanted to make sure that I don't want to show that there's a selection even before the selection. I want to make that clear that those are not somehow is not what the perception will be. Well, this guy already has 2 votes, so this guy already he's coming back again with with the same 3, so everybody has another vote, 1 more vote. So now we're going to vote for that 1 person or the 2 persons, whatever it is. So
Right, so
we couldn't
everybody
do
would-
it the same day then? Would
I
that
don't
be
know.
better?
Yeah.
And each one of us, if you know who your appointment's going to be, you could let them know you'd like them to be in court to have their interview or
Well, no,
something.
that would be Teresa, somebody would have to, in other words.
We can't do the same person, is what I'm saying. You could contact your person.
No,
and-
I wouldn't contact anybody. It would be up to, in other words, the theory would be, they apply, we get the applications. This is, like anything else. We'd have to set a time certain to where the applications had to be in. Then we would all review the applications, and then we would let whoever, Teresa or whoever, say, here's who I want to interview. And everybody would be able to submit that in advance to where they would be given plenty of notice that day would be the day they'd come and they don't show up for the
Be
interview,
five
then they're not.
people here for interviews.
How much?
There'd be 5 people here for interviews.
Could be 10. I mean, in
It
the
doesn't
initial.
have to be limited to your one person.
No,
that-
everybody gets to pick as many, if you want to hear from 3 people, because you're undecided, which is kind of what, I mean, that would be good too, to be undecided, right, on some of it, and so you can pick as many as you want.
Excuse me, Commissioner, I think what I understand is you're saying Teresa or whoever it may be may submit names for us to interview at a certain point, then we can have another round if we don't agree on some of those folks?
No, it would be, the applications would come in, right? We would all 5 get sent the applications, and then all of us would be able to pick whoever from that list that we wanted to interview. Then those interviews would be set up by, again, whoever, Teresa, whoever we designate, Tara, whatever. Then those people would come in, we'd interview them, and then we would nominate each one person from those people that we interviewed, all different people. That way nobody, until the vote happens, would know anything that was going to happen. Does that make sense? Did I explain that well or not?
Well, and the way we do it now, we consider everyone that submits an application, don't we?
Well, yeah, but we don't do anything other than come out here and nominate. We don't interview.
Don't have an
we don't
interview or
anybody.
anything, yeah.
I don't know if we consider everybody, because we don't ever have any discussions about them, so I don't know. I mean, this to me is a way to make sure that everybody is given an opportunity to be considered, and if a commissioner or judge wants to interview them, no matter how many you want to interview, you pick them.
Okay. Understood.
So the motion you have is just on adding your section, the appointment process to this
Yes, ma'am.
policy, yes. So we have a motion and a second to add this to our policies to try it. We can always come back if this doesn't
Sure.
work out
Tweak it
and
later.
do something differently, I guess. But it at least gives us something to move forward to look at or try or use or something.
So, but it becomes part of policy now, so that means from now, here on now, that's what we're gonna follow this. That's what this means,
Unless we
right?
come back and vote against it, unless we come back and decide it didn't work out or we don't like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
There's
I don't think
lots
I'm-
of policy
I think I'm ready
changes.
for this change yet, but
Any addition through you, Martez, any discussion?
Yeah, no, I agree in the concept that we have. I mean, it's what we've done for high-profile appointments that we've made for actual employees that report to us. We need some structure other than just making motions and throwing out a name or a bundle of names and then having to vote down that motion. I think this is more deliberate. If you look at other appointments that are made by other entities in Nueces County and outside the county, they follow a similar process. So I think it's still vetting. It still gives us all a chance to have our nominees brought forward if they qualify, and then have the interview, which I think is a great concept that we started a few years ago when we did the sheriff's appointment back in, I think it was 2018. So.
yeah, we did the interviews, right?
Yeah, we did the interviews, so I think I think this is a good step forward, and we may figure out this may not work like we thought, and we may have to
May come
change
back
it,
and
but
change it. That's what
I like that it gets us going forward, and it still gives everyone a chance to have their voice be heard as far as for their nominees, so, sounds good.
We have a motion and a second to amend our policy about appointment process with this. All those in favor say aye.
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 And any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. I would like to suggest something that's not in here too, that to possibly be added to help eliminate future problems like what we just had to table, possibly that if a commissioner or the judge brings, and I've tried very hard since I got elected to, if I go into your districts, I contact you, I invite you there, I have your say in it. So maybe we should put a policy in there that the person, if it's in their district, that maybe they are notified or they need to sign off on it, or it needs to be a joint brought to or something, just so we can move forward, because this is an excellent opportunity that we saw today that maybe could move forward and maybe been eliminated if we were all consulted. I know you can't talk to more than one, but if that individual is going in, whoever brings this, and you're going into someone else's, you can talk to that individual and get them to sign off on it. So I'd make that motion, and I'd open it up for discussion. If y'all think it's too much, think it's not necessary, I like to see us, we work well together. I like to see them moving forward. It's what I have explicitly tried to do as judge.
Judge, I think the concept is great. I just don't know if you want to take a minute and like figure out how to write something up like I had to do a couple of times on mine.
Well, I thought it was fairly simple.
No, I know, but I don't know how, but I don't know how you get, like if, for example, inadvertently, one commissioner's talked to another, but oops, forgot to talk about, so I don't want to get into an open meeting. So we just need, I think your concept is right. Anything that's going to be done in the precinct of someone else should be at least a courtesy kind of heads up. Doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. It just means kind of a courtesy heads up.
This is a great plan moving forward. So,
so I don't know how, if you want to propose some specific language, I'm listening. I don't know how you want to do it exactly.
Yeah, well, now
it's not an agenda item. Can we do that anyway? Right now?
Well, this would be policy, is why I was adding it to the policy. That's why I thought. I'm willing to bring it back and us discuss it. Maybe if you could work on some language for me as well, Jenny. Just something to add simple. I don't want to overcomplicate the process, and I certainly don't want to create a quorum problem. But I'm in my position where I sit. It's fairly simple for me, because if I go out to the island, I call Brent. If I go to Robstown, I call John. If I go to Commissioner Gonzalez's or Commissioner Hernandez's, I call them. And I think it's, kind of just a courtesy, and kind of, that's their area. Those are their people. That is their buildings. We work together here. We provide services for everybody, yes.
But this has been going on for about a year and a half already, so it's not like it's something new.
I agree, but let's move forward, and this is, like I said, a great concept, so let's make it happen. So I will hold that till the next meeting, but we have these highlighted changes in the court policy that will need to be voted on, like Commissioner Chesney's. Basically, yours from the attorney, your only suggestion in moving the one line. Otherwise, the references to court manager are being changed, if applicable, to the agenda coordinator. One place it is to the auditor's office because of travel, because the auditor keeps up with travel. The other places it is the county judge, which it has always been myself included as well. So I make the motion to pass with the changes.
So wait, did you want to make a motion to direct her to come up with a policy related to what you just said, or?
I asked her to do it. I didn't think I had to make a motion for it. I told her I'd bring it back.
Oh, okay. I
for
just didn't know.
that.
That's fine, because I think it's a great concept. Okay,
yeah.
That's fine. All right.
But my motion is
Sorry.
for what we put on here to make the changes in the court policy, any references to the court manager and those duties to be changed. It's highlighted in your copies in the backup.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Or any other discussion, sorry. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes, and then we will be coming back to, maybe if we figure out a way to do it without creating a welcome quorum, we will possibly add another change to that. The item number 14, discuss and consider upcoming Commissioners Court meeting dates, workshops, and related matters. We have only one meeting scheduled for December. Is that normal? I don't have a clue. I haven't been here. It's my first December, so do y'all
That's fine.
normally have one?
Nope, that's it.
That's it? Okay, we're not going to add additional meetings or anything. Everyone's fine, so there's no motion necessary on that. It's just to look at and see if you had any changes. Anybody have any conflicts that you would like to change on those meetings? If not, we will move forward to item B, the sheriff's
The holidays or whatever.
Which,
We did that earlier.
Oh, the holidays are not.
the holidays are not,
They're
in
different. They're
yeah, with the
different.
meetings. Item B1, discuss and consider approval of memorandum of understanding between Nueces County Sheriff's Office and the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement, State of Texas Agency for providing the school marshal training. This is from the Sheriff's Special Revenue Funds. This is not, I'll make the motion to pass it. The sheriff sent it over. It does not come out of our funding. He has his ramen noodle funds that he loves to tell me about, so. I would accept a second on my motion. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number C1, and I see Mr. Pimentel is in the back. It is basically discuss and consider authorizing improvement agreement. Amendment number 2 with Vulcan Construction Materials. This is part of his budget and is only used as needed. I'm not sure the amendment change is.
It's just an extension of 1 year.
Extension of 1 year.
Just standard, no changes to the contract pricing or anything.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item D1, discuss and consider authorizing and approving a reduction in the amount of septic system bond for Royal Estates Subdivision Unit 2.
Judge,
Yes, go ahead. Sorry.
Judge and Commissioners, we're recommending the approval on the reduction for the bond for Royal Estates Unit 2. The developer has submitted documentation of the septic tanks that have been installed up to date, and we're recommending the reduction, Judge.
So moved.
Second.
Sorry.
I got some.
Well, he has a question. Yes, sir.
Okay, they submitted all the septic tanks or up to how many?
It's partial, Commissioner.
So what's the reason for the reduction of the bond? Would that still be enough to cover something that's not done properly?
Yes, sir. The remaining bond, I think it's 42,000 and some change.
45,000.
45,000. That's for the remaining properties that haven't been sold by the developer.
And that's enough, you're saying that's enough to
That's-
cover what's left if they default?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And I have a similar question to that. I could follow up. This is standard. Have we done this before?
Yes, sir. We've done this prior, Commissioner, with other
The
developers.
reduction?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
With other developers and also with Mr.
I never heard of it, that's why I was asking. because
Yes,
I've
sir,
never-
we've done it before.
You know.
Is this what ABM was asking on the reduction of theirs? Because they're having to pay the full amount from the original process, and we were against that yesterday?
On that one, Judge, I
Yeah.
think that's part of the contract. I think with ABM. On this one, this would be because normally when they install, say, if they have, I'm just going to throw a number, if they have 20 septic tanks and every year they sell a piece of property and they sell 10, then we've always come back to Commissioner's Court and done a reduction.
That's kind of what he said, because he's having to pay on the original
The bond.
total bond, and not the performance bond, this bond, and he was wanting to reduce his. I was trying to see if this was the same thing.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. And then I think that's based on
And
the
this contract with them does not state the same, that they can't do that?
No, ma'am. It's normally, this is for plating, when they do a plat, for subdivision plats. So normally we come to court and recommend a reduction.
Okay. Well, we have a motion, I believe, and a second. Did you get that? Yes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Thank you, Judge.
You got another one, don't leave.
Yes, ma'am.
Item number 2, discuss and consider Nueces County collecting plat application fees within the ETJ and county properties.
Judge and Commissioners, there's an attachment that was submitted in the document, Commissioner.
Yes, Judge, I'm thinking this is a great opportunity for us to start, we can start getting new revenue. Hasn't been done before. I don't know why, but there's a lot of new development going out there in the county, and I think we need to kind of make some money on the plannings. We have an MOU with the city that they haven't been doing what they promised they said they were going to do, and that's giving the county the entire platting money, and that hasn't happened. So we need to find out how much is owed to Nueces County, and we need to generate new income. So I propose for us to do this platting department with Juan Pimentel in Public Works.
And just one question, and I think this is an excellent idea. Only question is funding. Does it go into Public Works or general fund?
There's statutory requirements on what can happen with that money, and if possible, I'd like to go take the rest of that discussion into executive.
So let's table this for executive then, if we're not going to move forward.
You could usually pay somebody, pay staff, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Where did we come in with these amounts, though? Is that comparable to anybody else before we take it in?
Yes, ma'am. They're pretty much standard within the area. I've also looked at other platting fees from other counties, and their fees are higher. So these are comparable fees.
Have you given a heads up to the development community on this? Because we're going to hear from them as soon as we do.
Yes, sir. Not yet, Commissioner.
Well, I think we need to at least give them a heads up, because but because the real question is, like, what is the city, and does the city charge for all these?
Yes, sir.
The same, do they charge similar amounts?
The similar amounts, yes, sir.
So are we doing as much work as they're doing, or are they doing more work than we're doing?
Well, I think we're doing the same amount of work, Commissioner.
Okay. So then,
And I don't think it's really that, Commissioner. I think the fact that the city, if it's collecting, we're not getting it.
well, no, I agree with that, and that's what I'm trying to say is whether we need to either, right, I agree. So we either should be getting a portion of theirs, which we're not, or we need to be charging, I get it. But I think you just need to make sure you call the Home Builders Association, let them know, and whoever else we need to, because I think it's only fair that we don't just blindside them with some new fee without, having some debate and also talking to the city about working out something with the city to where it's one fee and we get a portion. I mean, I still think that's, but I don't know. So, I think the concept is good. I just don't want to blindside anybody unfairly.
What got me started on this, Commissioner, is that we were having to fix our roads that the developers were bringing in their heavy trucks, cement trucks, construction trucks.
Yep.
And I had talked to them, and they promised they were going to help. That never materialized. So we're having to pay to get our roads fixed. So I think we should be getting some of this fees so we can do the things that we need to fix that the developers break.
And if I can add to that, Commissioner, I think if graphically, if you look at what's happening is we're getting all these subdivisions and we're growing, right? The county's growing, but yet our funding for public works, road and bridge is either staying stagnant or it's dropping. So this would be a good way to put revenues back into supplies and staff and also some of the other things that we need to do, because right now we're doing brush cleaning and we're doing potholes and we're doing crack seal and resurfacing some of these roads, and these aren't some of the newer subdivisions, but yet, graphically we're looking at our budget and it's just staying flat, and this would be a good way to replenish or create revenue for public works.
That's where we're going to talk about an executive, and we'll come out and see if we're going, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll pull that in. Moving on to item.
Thank you, Juan.
We have we don't need a motion, we're taking it into executive, sorry. Item E, auditor, E1, approve the capital budget change order number 125.
Yes, Your Honor, this budget for our capital projects balance is number 125. There's two requests, one from our general revenue funds of 1901, and then funds from our 21 COs, which is 1925. From our 1901 funds, we're moving some precinct funds from precinct 2 to cover a County Road 18 bridge replacement for $48,000, and for precinct 3, they're moving a small amount to cover the old show barn foundation. We've got requests from both and assigned from both issues on those. For our 21 CO fund balances, we saw with the list that Teresa had, there was two minor funds that were over budget at the moment, that being the courthouse jail generator project as well as the McKenzie jail annex. They're very small amounts, and we're requesting a small amount of $14,574 to be removed from unallocated funds to cover this cost, and we got the forms from Teresa and to request these funds. We submit project change order number 125 for your acceptance.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second? I'll second the motion. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 2, approve the monthly financial report for the month of July.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm going to go through these quickly because these are July. I want to apologize for the delay, but there's some reasoning for the delay. Our old software is giving us constant problems of getting the data we need to generate this report. And that's why we're moving to our new system, as well as our new system requirements that we had. And I want to thank my staff, and I want to thank the staff of Tim and HR. We've gone through thousands of tests to try to get the old system working. Our staff and his staff is working constantly to get those done. So that's another reason for the delay. So I'll kind of go through this quickly. I won't hit as hard as I would like to, but I'm going to go through it quickly. On page 4, you'll see our fund balances for the general fund currently at $54 million. We know that's going to be going down significantly as we get through the remainder of August and September. We expect that to be closer to $28 to $30 million without any exception. Hopefully that'll be the case. On page 6, you see our revenues for the balances. We see a revenue of $110 million collected, $77 million of expenses, and other transfers we have coming in. The next item is on page 11, 1011. That's showing our balances for our health insurance funds. As we know, our group health at the moment was $946. That does sound strong, but as you know, we just went through the last claim that y'all just approved was there was a checks in the total amount of $3.5 million that hit the balances for this. Y'all did transfer y'all allowed us to have the $4 million to cover that cost, and we will continue to monitor that funds, and the balances are still positive, but we know we have some coming up in October and November to cover the cost. The last section I want to cover is the total cost for the general fund, and I believe that's going to be on page 61. On page 61, this is your total general fund available for resources of 33.7%. If we think there's only 2 months remaining, that's only about 16%, so that's a significant amount, and we want to commend the departments and the course of court for your continued push to try to get these departments to keep their funding down as much as they go. But as we know, the months for August, September are always hit hard, and we're going to continue to monitor those balances, and hopefully when the numbers come total, we'll be close to where we said we were going to be when we in our budget cycle, and that numbers will be coming soon because we're going to start working on our annual financial report. That's the monthly financial report for July 2023. I know I did that quickly, but this is July.
And these were all delivered to your offices. Everyone got the spirals on this as well. I know our office received them. I think we accepted them for some of you. So I'll make the motion to approve.
Excuse me, Dale?
Yes.
So when you do get the new system?
You'll have it monthly.
Okay, you'll have it monthly?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
That would be good. Thank you.
Because the new system we've already got, we're going to start developing reports, developing items. We'll actually have stuff available the next day for y'all to have for information for.
Okay, another question. Have we gotten everything paid as far as with the food credit cards pertaining to COVID and all that? Has all that come to?
We're still working with our outside firm. We're also working with Anna in grants. We're still pending some items from FEMA on reimbursements from all this stuff. So we're still fighting them constantly, and this will probably be a long battle. You may not realize many years ago when I don't know if you remember the Hurricane Ike that came through here. Our final solution was 10 years later.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
We finally got our final payment from them 10 years later. So that's why when we start dealing with FEMA, you start thinking years instead of months.
All right. Thank you, Dale.
I have the motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 3.
This item is for our procurement cards. As Commissioner Chesney knows, these are old cards and not much we can do about this. But I have to commend that this month was the least amount I've ever seen our credit card used and only $54,000 worth of expenses. That's a drastic reduction. So thank you for the people that are knowing that it's time to start being conscious of what they use and how they use it for. So that's a good item, what they do. Page 27, we always try to give you what the credit card used for meals was. And there was only two departments that for juvenile probation, which normally has some items that they have to use for. And of course, the sheriff's office, when they have some items that they have for, and most of their funds come out of their special revenue funds that you mentioned for. That's the procurement card report for July, and I submit this for your acceptance.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Item number 4, and discuss and consider removing Judge Samuel Neal as contracting executive and replacing Judge Neal with Judge Connie Scott. And
So moved.
Second.
Discussion, Judge.
yes, go ahead.
Was there not a need to have changed that previously? or
We should have changed it constantly when we change judges.
So
It's for some reason
that's
it's an
my
old
question.
court, so yes.
Is, do we have to identify by name, or we just say that
that's a good
whoever?
point.
Lorenzo, I'll have to work with you. You deal with Frost. They have to have the judge's name, actual name.
Oh, because it's a signature.
It's a signature authority, yes.
So we just missed it, so then I guess whoever auditor or clerk's
that's a good
office
point.
will work just to stay on top of it whenever there's a change.
Yes.
Well, actually, we could do the same thing. We could say replacing Judge Neal with the county judge, and also setting up the county auditor as the service manager, and
Right.
whatever Lorenzo's title is, I'm sorry, I don't know, as
Chief
the
accountant.
service.
He's chief accountant.
Chief accountant.
Chief
Put
accountant.
the
sorry.
positions
Yes.
instead of the name.
listed.
then
That
it
could be,
would-
we will need to work with Frost to see if they're.
If they would accept
I've
that.
tried that before. It's because of the signatures it's pertaining to the actual individual.
Okay.
So I guess
And-
you never had to use this in the last 4 years with the former county judge? We're doing it just because of the contracts now, or what?
We're doing this because we're now migrating this where we have a direct connection with our new software and the bank, where will automatically be merged together, and they need to make sure the names match with the people in office.
Okay.
Need to stay on
Yeah,
top
we
of
need
it.
to, yeah,
Okay.
we should have, that's 4 years behind, yeah.
Well, this is different from,
His,
this is, the Frost is aware of the changes that I always make. This is a different thing. It's in a, how can I say this? It's not a contractual agreement. It's issuing rights, and it's something I hardly ever deal with. But yeah, I'll stay on top of it. Long story short.
It's just that our new system with Workday, they require a lot of authorization and requirements and approvals, and they want to make sure the right people are there to sign it.
we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, same sign. I want to go back before we move forward. I know several people here too. Consent, Lulu came in, and I keep saying I'm going to bring her up, and I keep forgetting about it and get busy doing something else. So on consent, item E, on the authorized payment of bills, special motion, I believe it was, what number on the list? Number 1? Number 1.
For ARPA, yes.
Yes, for ARPA. It was pulled out.
Good morning. Good morning, Judge
Progressives.
and Commissioners. I've been requesting supporting documentation for ARPA payments. I have not, and so I reached out to county attorney to see if we can remedy this, or it's the will of the court, how they would like to
So
proceed.
is this the
with
one
this.
where we were worried about duplication of payments because Grants had it and you had it or something, or explain?
Wait, is this on the Hazel Basemore project?
Yes, that is
Oh,
correct.
this is on the.
This is
Hazel.
with federal
Oh,
funds.
never mind, sorry.
So they haven't, so what have, the contractor Progressive Structures hasn't provided you any backup?
Supporting documentation, that is correct. So whatever
Supporting
is
meaning what, SamGov, what do they need to,
certified payroll, their reimbursement for insurance.
okay, well then we don't pay them.
Yeah,
I mean, that's a simple deal.
everybody else in ARPA has had to provide those things, right?
That is correct. So we're going to see this problem or occurrence
In the future, because they don't want to send their
with
payrolls
construction,
to us with
with
construction.
drainage, with,
Once you get into construction, it's going to be totally different. They're not geared to do all this
Paperwork and
computer
stuff that's
like we-
required.
I'm
That's
telling you,
why
we're gonna have
a
a
lot
headache.
of these smaller jobs or construction people are going to have a lot of problems with
Lil,
this.
have you reached out to county engineer to?
Yes.
Speak to him, and have
I
you reached
have.
out to the company itself?
and not themselves, because since Public Works is in
Yeah.
communication with them, so I need to just, go by the order of command, so.
So do we know if Public Works has made contact with?
I have not received a response.
Okay, Juan, if you're listening, if you could answer that, I appreciate it.
You haven't received response from what? From County Public Works? Or-
That is correct.
Okay, well, go find one and get a response.
Tell 'em
I just called it
we're
in.
asking all of us now.
And so,
So Juan, if
just to
you're
be
here
clear,
and
with,
watching, come upstairs.
with other projects, mainly with parks, we are in good communication, so we are, I am getting that feedback from others.
Well, maybe,
It's gonna be a
maybe
problem.
like we did with the other ones, that maybe you talk to Juan, or maybe you need to meet with the contractor himself and find out, maybe he understands what's going on, because we met with all the other recipients
That's
and
correct.
explained to them everything that they needed to do.
And this
so,
was explained to them
and
as well.
I think the difference gonna here, Lulu, to me, is gonna be the difference between percentage and hours on the contractors, a lot. So, I don't know, we gotta respond back from treasurer or not on the hours and percentage.
It's in the contract on the master service agreement, how
and the
federal,
percentage.
the
But it's also says
federal,
you can do percentage. It also says you can do percentage.
on the progress report.
Right. So,
Juan has signed off on this job in the back and the backup. He is saying it's okay for payment, but
I've requested it, and so what they've submitted to the auditor's office is what is on the agenda on the packet. So I've requested additional, just to make sure that we're paying accordingly.
Maybe we can get some representatives from the company to come in and ask them, what problems are they having. But, I mean, I myself am very pleased with what they've done out there. It's a good-looking facility they built, and splash pad, it's nice. So I don't see any problem. I mean, I'd like to get them paid, but they need to.
Right, that is correct.
They need to come up with the rules that accept the rules that were appointed.
yeah, a lot of other companies that we allocated money to that didn't agree to these things, we took away, so they have to follow the rules like everybody else. So my question to you would be then on item number 2, could we pass today item number 2?
And collect the supporting
Those are,
documentation.
you have that, you're fine with moving forward on
If
item
that
number
is the will
2,
of the-
not number 1?
If that is the will of the court, then
Wait,
Is
I
that
think
a
we're
part of
talking
that?
about-
I'm asking if that, you're not getting the information
will of
on
the
them as
court.
well. So we would table both until we get it, yes.
Wait, what about Thompson Reuters? That's the same
Thompson
thing?
Reuters,
That's
Oh,
Have everything.
we have, yes,
Okay.
that is correct. We have all the documentation.
That's what I was asking. Item number
Right.
2 on this E. There's
Didn't
one
understand
is, I guess I didn't
Motion to
explain it
pass,
very
no,
clear.
no, you did, but
Yes,
she
okay.
wasn't catching what you were saying. I did.
Yes.
But motion to pass number 2, Judge.
I'll second
Thomas
that
Reuters Holdings.
motion, Thomas Reuters Holdings, to get them paid. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye, and we'll have to bring the other one back.
And then motion to get some clarification from Juan on whether or not,
Do we need a
why he's-
motion for
Well, I don't
that, or
know. Maybe-
just
Let me take back the word
direction?
motion too.
Yeah.
I just need to understand why he's approving it if you
If
don't
it
have
hasn't
documentation.
been- Yeah,
So,
if you're not approving, he has to have
I think once improving the product, the job
the
that was
invoice
done.
and the product, yes.
Okay. But I don't know if Juan is even
Yeah,
full
I don't
aware that these people are supposed to commit
no,
this
I agree. I
information to you.
just,
percentage is done.
Here's one now.
Okay.
Juan, when you look at these jobs, do you look at them from a standpoint of whether they're, have gotten all the paperwork into ARPA when you approve them, or are you just proving them based on quality of the work or delivery of the product or whatever?
My understanding is just the delivery of the product, Commissioner. We don't do any paperwork or anything like that.
So how do we do that going forward so
Yeah,
that
'cause
we don't
this
let
is-
one of these slip through, right?
So it needs to
I
have
didn't catch-
both of your signatures on them to move forward, then
Right.
we need
Yeah,
And
because if it's an
unfortunately-
ARPA project, then it has to have her signature on it to make sure that because this one isn't in compliance, or may not be in compliance because she doesn't have the backup on it yet.
Okay.
So you approved it.
Yes, sir.
Fortunately, it got caught, but it could have slid through, and we could have paid something without knowing it and and had a real problem with ARPA funds. So if it's an ARPA project,
Yes, sir.
she's going to need to sign off,
Well,
right?
the ARPA manager will need to sign off on it, whoever is in that seat, yes.
Well, I guess what I'm also asking, is there a way you can contact the contractor and ask him if he's has gone through the process of filling out paperwork that needs to be submitted to Lulu?
Yeah, my understanding is all the paperwork that's required for the contractor to submit as part of ARPA is in the contracts, and during the pre-construction meeting, that was addressed with the contractor.
It was, yes.
So the contractor should know that
He's
document should be.
aware that it's required.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So it's in the contract document.
Okay, well-
Anything that the contractor needs to submit, it should be in the contract document.
So on any ARPA, sorry, Commissioner, sorry.
So if he wants to get paid, he knows he needs to submit this paperwork.
That's correct, Commissioner. Yeah, or somebody needs to follow up with the contractor and say, hey, we need this paperwork, or whatever's missing for our
Well,
requirements.
take your choice, either Lulu or yourself,
Okay, I'm not sure what
I
documents.
guess,
are-
Well, I think it's going to require both, so you're both going to have to be involved, and if she asks you about that, then you're out there on the job site, you check the job site. You
Yes, ma'am.
probably can talk to the contractor a lot quicker than she can.
Yes, ma'am.
Trying to set a meeting up with them or anything, so you can let them know that
Yes.
there's a problem, you won't get paid, this paperwork has to be done.
Or just an easy email, Judge.
Yeah.
And I don't have a problem,
That's easier.
Juan, I don't have a
think
problem
she can
either.
send email, you do the phone.
Yes,
yeah.
yes, ma'am.
I don't have a problem either submitting an email or talking to the contractor, urging them to get this done, so.
Yeah, that way we can track it. Normally what we do is we submit an email to the contractor and say we need document A, B, C, or D.
Yeah.
And then that way we'll notify them and say, hey, we can't submit the paperwork to Commissioners Court for approval without these documents. But if we don't know about those documents, then,
Because I'm very pleased with the work they've done.
yes, sir, no, they've done a great job.
They've done a great
Yes,
job
sir.
in a good amount of time,
Yes, sir.
so I'm very pleased, and I'd like to see them get paid.
Yes, sir, way ahead of schedule, Commissioner.
Thank you, Juan.
I
Thank you,
think to
Lulu.
clarify some of this, Juan, I think when you approve the work, are they submitting the work in percentage? Like they completed 30%, 40%, are they submitting hours?
They're submitting percent complete, Commissioner, per the,
That's gonna be something we need to be receptive to and tell Treasury, hey, this contractor, they're not, for them to keep hours, it's not gonna happen, I guarantee you. It's not gonna happen because the guys are not used to keeping those hours. They're used to doing percentages and submitting what their percentages they complete to get paid, to get a drawdown. So, I think that's gonna be the issue here. And unfortunately, we're dealing with some people that are not gonna be able to have the computer system that everybody else has.
And I'm not sure Treasury is going to be very lenient with us to make
care.
those changes in the
but
past, in my experience.
We did call Treasury, and I think Treasury indicated that either one was okay.
Either one is okay, percentage or hourly,
Or
okay?
hourly, yeah.
Wait, I didn't think wait. I was understanding that you couldn't spend one dime of ARPA unless all the paperwork was in. So wouldn't all the paperwork that this company needs, Lulu, be able to be done up front? And there's not a continuation of paperwork that has to go on throughout the job, right?
Yes, there is. You have reporting on work that is done, yes.
No, I mean, so right, I'm saying, once they get their initial paperwork in, they're qualified to do these ARPA projects, then one of the qualifications is, yes, they've got to report, so I don't know, what do they have to report? Is it so detailed, like Commissioner was saying, that they don't have the ability to do it? I mean, or I guess if they don't, they shouldn't be bidding on these jobs. I mean, I don't know what to do, because I'm not going to vote ever for paying one dime to anybody that doesn't fill out all our forms.
Right, and I've stressed that these are federal funds.
Right.
And so, yeah, some of these companies don't have those capabilities. But at the end of the day, I still need the supporting documentation to be able to account for every single penny. And right now, they're conducting spot audits, and I'm just trying to cover ourselves.
I think as long as you do the percentages with a backup of payroll, that should suffice for the treasury. I mean,
Well, no. I don't want to think.
This
I want
is
to know.
not this is not the actual approval of them getting the job. This is the continuing reporting that they're required once they start the job.
Right, so
in order to be paid.
whatever the federal people tell you, that's what we have to do. So if they've told you that what Commissioner Gonzalez is saying is okay, then get it in writing and show us. But otherwise, I don't know what else to do but to make them do whatever we have to do, because I don't want to pay back these dollars. I mean, we're fixing to do millions of dollars of projects, and it's going to be a problem. You're right, Commissioner Gonzalez. It's going to be a problem for all these companies, but they just have to know if they're bidding on these jobs that if they can't do the reporting, don't bid on the jobs. Please tell them that.
And it's on the bid document when they're, it's going out for bid. These are federal funds.
That's what I was going to ask, Lulu. Again, I think one of the requirements or Treasury to say you should have this kind of software to complete your reporting, or if you don't have it, then you don't qualify. And that would solve a lot of that problems, because you would know from the beginning if they have the software to do the reporting or not.
Well, it's not software, it's just the supporting documentation to account for everything that they're charging us.
Oh, I thought you all were talking about.
But I have to do the reporting.
Yes, Commissioner, one of the reasons for ARPA is if the amounts exceeds a certain amount of funds, then the entity is required to provide us with the expense report that then we have to report to the Treasury.
Okay.
So we have to get the information, then report to ourselves.
So all they have to do is provide the reports that they need, right?
The necessary information, yes.
And
That is correct.
that's one, and we can get with them, and like I said, I don't have a problem calling the company and let them know, what's on the works also. But if we, all three of us or both of you can, urge the company that they need, if they want to get paid, it's not, I'm not concerned about their job, the product they've done, it's beautiful, but they need to come up with the paperwork so Treasury can approve.
Right, and this is not just with federal, this is also with state,
Okay.
grants as well.
Yeah.
So, this is across the board.
So then we need to make a motion that for these things to get paid, the ARPA manager and the county engineer have to sign off before they come to Dale for approval, because I don't know how we even caught this one today, because I missed it. So, I'm first to admit, thankfully it got pulled, because this is going to be a long-term kind of deal. And so I would make the motion that before these ARPA projects can be paid, they have to be signed off by the county engineer and the ARPA manager.
Second.
Commissioner Gonzalez, as far as the percentage, it's 83% for these invoices as far as completion
Okay.
on the invoice.
All right, but you still got a balance.
And I think we have a motion and a second for those to both be signed by both of you, those two entities, before they come to court to be paid. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. And also, when you come back or whatever, if you could bring that where the feds will allow the percentages, we would like to see that kind of documentation instead of the hourly wage. That would be good for us to have as well.
I'll reach out to them.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan. Thank you, Lou.
Moving back to item F, Human Resources. Item number 2, approve the Texas Juvenile Justice Department DSA Residential Projects 2024 grant awarded to Nueces County. Hello there. How are you?
Hello, Judge, Commissioners. This is a competitive grant that we were awarded by TJJD. This is an ongoing effort of the Justice Department, or the Juvenile Justice Department, to divert kids from the juvenile justice being committed to the state. What this is, they're asking regional areas, and we were awarded for South Texas, but they're asking counties to basically hold 10 beds of our current capacity, not expanding our capacity, of our current capacity. If we could hold 10 beds for out of county kids to be sent there. So it simplifies the process for out of county kids that need to place their kids. Basically, it would be, do you have room, of one of the 10, and they would simply move into our facility. What we did in our application was look at enhancing our facility while we were able to also look at, covering these 10 kids. And so we expanded our mental health services. We expanded our GED program to include instructors during the course of the year or year-round, and we also expanded our vocational program. We've been partnering with Del Mar in the summers only, the last 2 summers, but this would provide a part-time instructor year-round from Del Mar to provide the vocational training as actually part of the curriculum, not just a summer part of the curriculum, but a year-round curriculum when kids are brought into our program. If approved, this would allow us to look at hiring 4 additional JSOs and 1 additional caseworker.
This is not going to affect us not being able to take care of our own here in Nueces County since you're opening up.
Correct. We can absorb that.
Just wanted to make sure that we point that out in court.
Yes.
And this is fully grant-funded, no match?
Yes.
Correct. No match. This is for 6 years.
It's a 6-year guarantee. They give us this much for 6 years?
Yes.
Okay, so then the motion would be to approve, but when the grant goes away, so do the positions.
Well, usually in these type of discretionary grants, this is the first time it's been 6 years, but usually they're 2 or 3 years. You reapply. They offer you the opportunity to reapply before they just.
If the grant goes away, the position goes away.
Correct. If for whatever reason the grant goes away, then the position.
Right. I want to start making those part of all our motions,
because
so that
we've
we
had
don't.
some positions.
Right. So that there's no ifs, ands, or buts. That if we're doing grant positions, because it's horrible to have to come back later because a grant goes away or ARPA goes away or this goes away, and then we have to make these difficult decisions. I think we ought to make this as part of all these motions going forward that says, okay, this is approved, but if the grant goes away, those positions are eliminated with no further court action. And because it's miserable to have to do that, but these people that are grant funded, man, they got to know they're grant funded, and there's no hope without a grant that if a commissioner or judge at that time wants to revisit it, then that's up to them. But I think we ought to make these motions that way. So
whenever the juvenile
Is that your motion, Commissioner?
that would be my motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
So
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Great program.
And how do we get this? It's not.
Thank you, Mr.
sorry.
Flores.
How do we get that in our system, right? Because some of these grants, this is a long grant, right? So some of us may not be here in 6 years. So, like, how do we get that in the system to where it's automatic unless
And our
the court
policy?
reverses it? Or I don't know. I just want to make sure that these grant funded positions that we approve are tagged as no more grant, no more position.
What we'll do is we'll work with our Workday consultants, and we'll see if there's something they can add to the system that's saying this is a grant-funded position, and that way we know at the end of the term, then it will not continue. There should be something there.
And we don't have to vote on it. It
No,
just
no.
goes away unless the grant
Right.
comes
Yes.
back. It's great.
Right.
If it
And-
does, that'd be awesome.
And
But
it
if
doesn't
it
come
doesn't,
back-
we don't have to say, no, you don't
Yes.
have a job anymore.
Right.
It'd
It
make
doesn't
it
come
easier
back.
for
also have a
future
grant
commissioners.
policy.
Right, it doesn't come back as a budget challenge
Yes.
anymore.
Yes.
I don't want to see the grant-funded positions in budget
grant
challenges.
policy.
If the grant goes away, position goes away, unless the court at that time picks one and says, all right, I want to keep this one. But
Well,
otherwise,
there's a vacancy.
right, or something like that. They want to move into but I mean, okay. So if you can do that with Workday,
We'll work with Workday and work with Tim on this and say, make sure there's something we can put in there for their reference.
and maybe we ought to go back to that. I mean, that may be another policy, Judge. That's a good, you said the word policy. That may be another one that we need to put in as a policy so that, and pass it out to the world that says, look, no grant, no position. And so everybody knows this is what it is, because we got
Sit
some,
back on the department.
we got some big
go after
expenses
these
potentially
grants.
coming. If those
Yes.
grants go away, we try to keep them.
Have a grants policy that can be included.
Oh, we have a
Forever.
grants policy? Do we have a grants policy? I didn't know that.
Yeah, there you
Been a
go.
while.
Policies.
It went away.
Now we all know.
That's
I can
terrible.
tell you,
Look that
I've been
up.
here 9 years. I don't remember ever reviewing
will have
grants policies, Teresa.
Look
That's
that
a new
up.
one on
Rock
me.
Steady was
And-
here.
13 years.
Yeah, I was going to say, how about you, Commissioner Gonzalez? Do you remember? Golly.
Okay, we
Okay,
will
so-
check into that one and check about
Let's
adding
put
it
that
to
on.
our policy if we can, whichever works
And add
better.
it to our policy.
Moving on to grants. Item Number 1, discuss and consider accepting a grant award for $10,000. There wasn't a backup, but it's accepting just the award, so I just wanted to highlight that, so no commissioners get mad at me about not tabling this. So if y'all want to go ahead and accept this award, but there isn't a backup. And previously, we have required a backup before we would take a motion on anything.
Well, actually, Judge, the backup is when, no, the real.
When the vote on, this is just
No, no,
accepting the
well,
money.
But that's a
so,
good point, because
yes.
everybody keeps bringing that up. It's more because when we get something walked in that's a 14-page deal that we didn't get the backup until the 5 minutes before, that's the frustrating part. To accept $10,000,
That's why I wanted to point that out, because I think we
And
want
I
to accept this,
apologize.
but
It's all done
I don't want
online,
y'all
so
thinking I'm
sometimes-
doing something else.
Motion to approve.
Thank
Second.
you. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there is no cash match on that, by
No
the way.
cash match.
Yes.
10,000. Have
FYI.
got it for past 23 years.
Yes. Item 2, discuss and consider accepting a grant from the Office of Governor, Public Safety Office, Homeland Security for the local border security program.
Yes, Nueces County received notification from the Office of the Governor of an award funding from the local border security program in the amount of $10,000 with no cash match required.
Those are important words that you
Yes,
say.
you add that in.
Motion to accept.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign.
Okay, what does this grant go to now?
This is for the, it's led by Officer Michael Tamez, local border. It's basically overtime and fuel for the project, for the program.
For the DA.
The DA's office.
Drug and addiction.
Drug and addiction.
Drug and addiction.
Yes.
Okay, how much was it?
10,000.
Item G3, discuss and consider accepting a grant award from the Office of Governor, Texas Public Safety, Criminal Justice Division for the Nueces County Rifle Resistant Body Armor.
Second.
And how much is this one?
This one
And-
is $32,539.
And this goes to the DA's office as well? I
No,
see?
this will be purchasing 25 rifle-resistant vests. Precinct 3 will receive 7, Precinct 4 will receive 8, Precinct 5 will receive 14. We've already done Precinct 1 and 2 and the sheriff, so we're just kind of moving on.
Okay.
That's good to clear that one up, too.
Yes,
Good job.
yes, we were
So I
fixing to
didn't
have
get calls.
questions. And no cost match?
No
anything?
cash match,
Yes,
no.
yes. So a
And it's
motion to
just-
approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Item number 4, discuss and consider accepting a grant from Office of Governor, Public Safety Office, Criminal Justice Division for the Felony Domestic Violence Court Program under the General Victim Assistance.
This one is from the Office of the Governor. It is for the General Victim Assistance Program in the amount of $95,890.03 with no cash match. This will be the 5th year for the DA's Victim Witness Office to receive this award. The grant is for personnel costs of the Victim Witness Coordinator and travel and training that is required by the grantor. The grant period is from October 1st through September 30th of 2024.
And this is one of those positions that is funded by a grant that, how long
Correct.
has this position been with us? Or is this a
This
new-
will be the 5th year. This will be the 5th year. And if the grant goes away, we don't get renewed, the position will be eliminated.
So I would make the motion to pass as long as the grant is funded.
Second.
Yes, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Number 5, adopt a resolution authorizing the submittal of grant application for fiscal year 2024 formula grant program of the Texas Indigent Defense Commission grant program.
This is basically, the county has to report annually to by November 1st, by the auditor's office submits a report of all the cases done with indigent defense courts and cases, both district, county, and juvenile, and then they calculate a formula and we receive a quarterly payment. But we have no
Is this the one where we used to get 200,000 about, and once we opened up the public defender's office, it kind of dropped way down, or?
Normally, this is a form of grant. We normally get anywhere from $200,000 to $300,000 based on the number of cases we have. The last year when we did create the public defender's office, it was a reduction of over $100,000 reduction. I believe this year is not quite 100,000, but it's not. It's between 100,000 and 50,000. There is still a reduction in the amount that we receive because of the grant we received with the public defenders.
And we're still required to provide these services, so
We are
this just
required
helps
by
us
that-
with
by
our
statute.
cost, yes.
Yes.
So
By
I make the motion to pass, yes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And unless someone, have I missed anything before I start executive? And we, just to let everyone know, we are doing the certified agendas now. I assume there's nothing on there, Jenny, that would require anything otherwise?
Yeah, Jenny, what do you think?
Yeah. Do I need to do anything before I move on and start reading my lengthy 10-page report? Sorry. A little exaggeration, but not much.
I think they're all, the ones that are being pulled in, if there
Are
are
all
legal
fine.
questions,
Yeah.
those would be the 551071 also.
Okay. Everything pulled in is 551071? Yes, okay. We are going to stop regular session and go into executive session. Public notice is given that the Commissioners Court may elect to go into executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda when authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. To the extent there has been a past practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation and those for executive session, the public is advised that the court is departing from that practice and reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda item in executive session when authorized by law to do so. In the event the Commissioners Court elects to go into executive session regarding an agenda item, the section or sections of the Open Meetings Act authorizing the executive session will be publicly announced by the presiding officer. In accordance with the authority of the Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.0745, 551.076, 551.086, 551.087, the Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with attorney, including matters related to litigation, deliberate regarding real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and/or economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in an open session, take such action as appropriate on items discussed in the executive session. Item A, consult with the county attorney and outside counsel regarding legal matters related to the amended engagement letter for outside counsel for former Nueces County Medical Examiner Adele Shaker in case number 2022 CCV 61337-4, Maria Kristoff versus Nueces County, Texas, in Nueces County Court at Law 4 and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Consult with item B, consult with the county attorney and outside counsel regarding legal matters related to case number 2022 CCV 61337-4, Maria Kristoff and Nueces County and Nueces County Court at Law 4 and related matters. Item C, consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters related to the claim and demand of Maria Zuniga dated September 22nd, 2023 and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Item D, consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters related to the separation agreement with the former Nueces County Medical Examiner Timothy Fagan and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.074. Item E, consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters related to reducing the allocation for the Animal Care Facility Project, Texas Government Code 551.071. Going back to item, excuse me. A10 is discuss and consider the possible amendment of the Commissioners Court orders governing the Nueces County Animal Services Advisory Board and to consider appointment of current board positions that are open and all related matters. Texas Government Code 551.071, you said, Jenny, I believe? Yes. And then item D2, discuss and consider the Nueces County collecting plat application fees within the ETJ and the county properties along with related matters. And the same, Texas Government Code 551.071. And it is,
Matt?
what?
1G1.
1G1? No, we did that. They voted on it. We voted.
Which one, what is 1G1?
Animal Services Advisory Board.
Oh, that's already on the agenda. There was an agenda item.
Okay.
I think E is already on there. Yes, so that's why I skipped it. Sorry. They had a regular and the executive session, so thank you, though, right, because you never know. So now it is 11:27, and we are going to executive session. Are we ready, Connie? Sorry.
Ready?
1:45, and we are coming back from executive session. We have a few things to address on 4C, consult with the county attorney regarding the legal matters relating to the claim and demand of Maria Zuniga, dated September 22nd, 2023. My motion today would be to deny their request and instruct our county attorney to continue with negotiations.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And then we would go back to 3A9, I believe, wrong thing. That's yours, Commissioner. We were going,
E, you mean,
discuss and consider reducing the allocation for the animal care facility project. Sorry, I had trouble finding my notes.
yeah, I put it on the agenda to discuss and to see about reconsidering the amount of money we spent on the animal facility, since we've cut back in a lot of other areas and cutting back also in staff, and we don't, I think the bigger we go, the more staff you need, and the more animals you have, and the more supplies you have, and I know a lot of the, right now, I think that we're pretty much full where we're at, but still running pretty smooth, with that amount. So I don't know, my recommendation would be to, instead of which come down a lot from the beginning, but we come down in a lot of other areas too. So, instead of the $4 million, maybe consider $1.5 or $2 million.
Can you speak in your microphone, sir? Sorry, they're saying they can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sorry.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you fine. They can't hear you.
To kind of build a good facility and solid facility that's going to take care of what we need, take care of Nueces County, and not so much other areas, but take care of Nueces County for sure. So that was the reason I put that for discussion and try to see if we can come up with something else. If not, but this is a concern that I had, so.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. I mean, I know the original amount that was proposed that this court took on maybe in 2021, maybe? 21, 22 was a much higher amount, and so it got greatly reduced, and that was something that we supported. And I think that helped give the Shelters Planners of America, they were able to capture what a design would look like for that amount. And so they only gave us really one design. And so there was not ever any options or additional wings included. It was, okay, the court spoke. So originally they were planning for, say, it was like a $5+ million project. Let's reduce it down to the $4 million or so that the court approved. But that's how it was left. Mm-hmm. So that's the only problem. And I know that our Public Works Department wasn't directly involved with those meetings. We typically had meetings at least every few weeks or at least once a month for sure leading up to that design work. And so I participated in most of those, but I don't know if I ever was in the last meeting that we had once we ended that partnership with Shelter Planners of America. So we would have to look to them and to LAN to see if we have kind of a finalized plan. I mean, I'm always willing to look at where can we scale back and save money and to be more efficient. And my whole thing on animal care facility is, I know Commissioner Gonzalez has been there and the judge, and many of you have, to see it, right? And it is an older facility. It's decades old. And so this new design, it was created or designed to use new technology, new materials that even help with sanitation process, and just being able to manage more animals with less staff. So that was all considered as this was pared down. And I think there was a room or maybe been a general purpose room that I think Commissioner Gonzalez or maybe some others aired some concern about before, and that was scaled back. So there have been attempts before to scale back and have been received. So, I mean, we can always look at what can we do, can we do more with less? So I'm open to that, but I think we will need to get the latest plans. We'll need to get with Public Works and see what does that look like. And my only concern would be is if we already paid for plans and it only gave us one design, I'd hate to spend more money to scale it down when we might as well just commit that money to build it. But I hear you, definitely. I want to be receptive. We've done that for this and other projects in the precinct, and I know throughout the county. So I want to follow that pattern that we've taken as a court. So I'm be more than happy to get them included with Public Works. So we discuss this more and maybe bring it back maybe in November if we give ourselves a few weeks just to get our bearing on this. And then we can maybe come back with a presentation as far as next steps, if it is even feasible
Moving
to scale
forward.
down, or if we should just go recommended with what was already presented. So I'm
So
totally,
that would
I'm
be your
totally open to that.
motion, that you would get with them and see
Yes.
what has been spent on it
Yes.
already, and if the plans can be altered, and bring it back in November.
Bring
I
it
think
back in
that's an
November.
excellent idea, so.
And of course, I mean, any other member, judge, or anyone else in the court want to join me, I mean, more than welcome to have two of us participate in that. I mean,
You can only have one.
It's in my backyard, so, only one, so, okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say it's in my backyard there in the Robstown office, but
Yeah.
I will get with Public
I've
Works.
been
and
out there
we'll
quite a
work-
bit, so I'm interested.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind participating in that, so if we can have two, I wouldn't
So
mind.
I mean, and you've seen it, Commissioner Gonzalez, I know you've seen it. It's old, and what we were promised with this design for the new facility was the materials used would be helpful. They're kind of antimicrobial resistant to help with reducing the spread of diseases like parvo and other issues that come up in animal care centers. So that was kind of why I think there was a price tag attached to it. But I'll work on that, and I'll coordinate with them and try to get it back by the November 9th meeting.
Well,
Was that your motion?
That's my motion, yes.
Second.
To table, is that what it was?
to table to the
Table.
November meeting
We'll
and
bring
bring
it
it
back
back
November
with a
9th.
report, how to move forward, yes. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to 3A10, Commissioner Chesney.
Thank you, Judge. Based on the advice of counsel to make any changes to the Nueces County Animal Control Animal Services Department, we have to amend the Nueces County Animal Control Animal Regulations orders. We've amended those several times. And I'm making a motion today to amend the orders to make the chair a non-voting member, and thus adding an additional spot for an appointment, meaning the total on the board would be 12 with 11 voting members.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed, same sign.
Judge, second motion is to also amend the order to adjust the quorum to be a simple majority of the voting members, which would be, quorum would be 6.
Second that motion. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes.
Thank you.
And then item D2, and that
Judge,
is.
I'm
Oh,
sorry,
wait,
could I interrupt?
There's something else, sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to go back to, before you moved on
Oh,
to that
yes.
one, to
Uh-huh.
3A13.
You said you forgot something.
I did
yes.
forget something on that one.
3A13.
And that was on the board policies. The motion there would be to add to the Commissioners Court policy, the part, you can add it to what we just did, or however, that all boards and commissions must, to be on let me try that again. The motion would be that any applicant or appointee to a Nueces County board or commission must be a resident of Nueces County, and to change the application that we currently have to swear or affirm residency in Nueces County. That would be the motion. for under 3A13.
We have a motion, I'm sorry, are you seconding Commissioner Gonzalez?
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Commissioner Gonzalez. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes unanimously. Is that all, Commissioner Chesney? Anything else?
Yeah,
Yes.
and that would just be effective immediately.
Item D2, Commissioner Hernandez. I think you wanted to table that to the next meeting, December the
Yes, I-
25th,
Yes, I do, Judge.
and with more information,
Yes,
so,
county attorney's going to bring us some more information on that.
yes,
Second his motion to table to when, Commissioner?
the 25th,
Till
the
the
next
25th,
October meeting.
Till the
Commissioners
25th.
Court meeting.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of tabling that to the next Commissioners Court meeting, the 25th, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. I think we covered everything. There was a lot of notes and changes and back and forth, so if I have left you off and something I'm supposed to address, let me know.
The appointment, did we do the appointment? The animal shelter?
Oh, we have to go
we
back.
haven't done
Yep,
the animal
right.
shelter
Very good.
appointments. That's on 3A10. Good point.
Good job, Commissioner Modas. Judge, I would vote to reappoint Shane Gleason, Sarah Spence, and Nympha Acuna.
Second.
We have a motion to reappoint the three with the applications. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
And then, Judge, I
Motion
would,
passes.
I would move to appoint Dr. Krista Burke to the veterinarian spot and Cindy Easter to the new open spot that we just created.
Second.
It's Hominick. Krista Burke. I was like, who is it? Krista Burke Hominick.
Sorry,
I thought
it's
I had
just-
the wrong name. So
No,
yes.
just on my,
Okay.
sorry, my bad.
And to the licensed veterinarian, and I'm sorry, what was the second one?
Cindy Easter?
Cindy Easter for the other newly created position,
Right.
yes. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And I think that we have covered everything now. Do we have any adjournments in memory?
I did, and I don't remember where it went. I don't know who did.
If there is none, I would accept a motion to adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor say aye. Aye. And we are adjourned. It is 1:59. Thank you very much.